Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well today. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini happening on April 25th, 2026 at 8:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be here until May 22nd, 2033 for about a 7-year transit. The last time that Uranus was in Gemini, it was in 1941 until 1949. I'm not going to give you a history lesson, right? But I am letting you know when it was there last time. Uranus is changes. It can be chaotic changes. It can be innovative. Innovative ideas can come to us. It does rule the internet and awakenings. It is an air sign, which works well in Gemini because it too is an air sign. But Uranus, it rules over the 11th house in Aquarius. It can awaken you to what needs to be freed. Freedom and liberation is also ruled by this planet. It can liberate and free you from what is holding you in bondage. With Uranus and Gemini, we will receive shocking communication, realize how we've been communicating to ourselves and to other people. It will liberate us from stuck mindsets and give us ideas to implement into the house where this combination is touching. So I'm going to go over all the signs. Please watch your sun, moon, and rising sign to get a full picture of how this is happening in your world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you soon. Hi Aries, I hope you're doing well today. This is for Aries, sun, moon, or rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus that's happening in Gemini in your 3rd house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so Uranus is liberation and freedom. It is also chaotic events that can happen that make an instant change in your life. Uranus has a 7-year transit, of course, as I said in the introduction, but if you are 84 years old, you will be having your Uranus return. If you're 42 years old or higher, it will be in opposition to you, to your natal Uranus, which is considered what we call a midlife crisis, right? I'm supposed to have mine soon, and it feels like I've been through many midlife crises over the years. Anyways, so the 3rd house is the environment you grew up in. It is the vehicles, tools that you have, siblings, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, aunts, and uncles are here in that 3rd house. Ideas, documents, short distance travel, moving or movement, media and writing, your mindset, small education like certificates. You also have licenses. Any type of permits or visas is in the 3rd house. Moving or movement. Movement as in a constant movement with your body. Moving as in you could move, physically move your home or something of that nature. Media, writing, skills and learning abilities. This is also where salesmen and tradesmen are. Okay, if you're in a trade or learning a trade. Teachers, speakers, sales. 3rd house is also considered short-term perception. Okay, not just your mindset, but short-term. A shorter term perception. 9th house would be long-term perception. The bigger picture is the 9th house, but 3rd house is short-term. What can you do now in the present to help with the situation? Okay. Uranus is bringing big changes here over the next 7 years. That's a long time. So it's a broad spectrum that we're looking at. But third house being with people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, they could have an impact on the changes that you're going through. They could also have an impact in regards to communication that brings those changes. Their presence within your world could also bring in some type of change that maybe you get an idea by being around them, in their aura, in their presence, or they communicate to you that idea. Uranus is liberation and freedom. And whatever mindsets that you've had before, up until now, the belief system that you may have thought that you've had, the narrative, changes are being made here. Because third house and ninth house, they both rule that narrative that's inside of you. But the mindset and the thought processes, without the emotion that is attached to it, is the third house. This is where you're looking at things in a different manner. You're processing your information in a different way. That could look like you're doing it in a more innovative way, quicker way. This could be a situation of you learning how to discover either to control your mind or to process information differently, such as maybe using those games that help with brain function, or this could be just training your memory in some way, shape, or form to hold information that is necessary. With Gemini being activated on a worldly scale, we're going to see things change dramatically in regards to communication, how we communicate, everything around us that's in our everyday changing. This could look like vehicles, right? With Uranus activated, they could be flying vehicles, okay? This could also be a situation with Uranus controlling the internet, that this is a different way or different manner of using the internet, such as AI, yes, but it would be on a broader spectrum, because this is 7 years we're talking about where things are escalating and growing, such as rather than using our phones for the set communicative tool, that there will be something different, not just a connection with a watch or a ring, but there will be something completely different that maybe we didn't think would come to fruition. Because Uranus is futuristic, and Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius, and Aquarius is the masses. So we're dealing with both innovations of the internet, the way we use communication, and the masses. Does that make any sense? So with this said to you, with the third house activation, this is going to change everything that you're doing in regards to how you're studying, how you're accepting information by scrolling on your phone or being a part of any type of socializing within aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Okay, this is going to change that. There's going to be some type of liberation and freedom. If you're not happy where you are living, changes will be made, because Uranus has a way of wanting to free you and liberate you from situations. And this could be from any type of communities that you've been stuck in thus far, any groups, clubs, and affiliations that don't necessarily see you for who you are. Uranus is that individual that's wanting to make an impact of rebellion. And this could mean that you're getting pushed into either being that way within your persona, or that you could actually join groups, clubs, and affiliations that are the rebellion. Does that make any sense? Oh, goodness. But I do want to say, too, that Uranus has a way also of showing you what you're capable of in regards to your goals, your hopes, dreams, and wishes. And you may have had a list of what you wanted to do thus far, and it's changing. It's changing to a point of you getting down to the nitty-gritty of what needs to happen in regards to those written details, those documentations that need to be taken care of. This could be that there were certain things that you were worried about in regards to whatever your goal was. With Uranus here, it's going to free you from that situation. Does that make any sense? So say that there were certain documentations that had to be filled out for you to get what is necessary with your goals. Uranus steps in and completely takes that away, because that technology or the way of being with that community is no longer. Does that make any sense? Like they're changing laws, or they're changing the way that they're processing things that are situated with your goals. And because of that, it's a liberation and freedom from you having to do it. And thus far, you are pushed forward with those goals. Ideas, thought processes with those goals will come in to your foresight. Now, this could include you being included with groups, clubs, and affiliations. So they could have an impact also in regards to ideas coming through, the way that you've been thinking. You could actually be one that teaches other people how to, and that could look like anything, because Gemini, being that third house in your chart, is pretty much everything on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so that could look like anything changing for you to push through as either a speaker, a person that does public speaking, a person that speaks in regards to on media or sales. It could mean also that you're becoming a teacher or school teacher. Okay. But if there are any types of problems in regards to holding on to that information, it may be required, or it may feel like you need to take some type of step away from the situation. Because whenever Uranus is activated in the chart, we look to the other side of the chart to get the necessary calmness. So that would be the 9th house. Okay. Whenever things are too much and when they're processing too fast, that's whenever you go back to either your faith in the situation, looking at the bigger picture, maybe taking a sabbatical or a break in a long distance so you get away from the situation. That could help. 9th house is long distance travel. It is also considered higher education. Maybe that's a requirement for the situation at hand. It could be teachers, preachers, and gurus that help you understand and facilitate to process that information that is given to you, rather than just short form. Okay. So that could be like short form of you getting this information off of YouTube or something of that nature. Or this could be short form of just getting just tidbits of the information. But there are teachers, preachers, and gurus out there that can help you. This could also look like a situation with you have accumulated thus far so much material in regards to your thought processes, and it could be time to publish that, okay, and put it out to the masses, right? Because we're looking to solve this Uranus rather than just sitting in the changes. So you look to the 9th house for that. In-laws, grandparents, and grandchildren can help with situations that are dealing with those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Okay. I also want to say that they could be the catalyst for that change, such as you are becoming an in-law or you are becoming a grandparent, right? Or that you yourself as one can help others that are going through chaotic changes within their world, because Uranus is activated in everybody's chart. Depending on the house that it's hitting, it can be chaotic, okay? And it's also concerning whether or not the person is coherent or they are accepting the changes in a higher way rather than the lower shadow of Gemini. The lower shadow of Gemini would be complete chaos, craziness, having to consistently juggle things to the point to where there's too much information and they can't get grounded, right? So the people that can help is those in-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents with that. Now, I do want to say too, with politics being here in that 9th house, right? That if you had been thinking in regards to that club, group, or affiliation that you're a part of, there could be certain rules and regulations that they're holding just like they would as politics. So if that would be more of a personal choice, whether or not you decide to stick with those clubs, groups, or affiliations, okay? But it's changing your thought processes because it could be built like some type of political campaign. Okay. All right. I do want to look at the 11th house. Of course, the 11th house is in Aquarius, and Aquarius is the sign that is ruled by Uranus. Okay. 11th house is your groups, clubs, and affiliations. It's also your goals, hopes, dreams, wishes. It is socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. Technology, older siblings are here. Community. That could look like the community you want to be in and the community that you reside in. I want to say in this sign, at this time, Pluto is here. If you have not watched Pluto in Aquarius, I have it in my playlist, okay? Pluto is creating transformation, and it will connect with this Uranus. There will be an exact trine with this Uranus. I think it's going to be in July 2026, okay? So, with this trine happening, it is a good thing. Trines are good. Trines are 2 planets supporting each other. So we have Pluto and Uranus supporting that change for transformation that's asked by Pluto in the 11th house. Transforming how you are with and reacting and communicating with groups, clubs, and affiliations, how you are with the masses. And Pluto could be asking you to get out of your shell and be a part of that group, club, or affiliation. Try them out. Try them out until you find the right one, because that's Gemini, right? Trying out clothes and shoes, seeing if they fit. And same thing goes with this transit of trying out those clubs, groups, and affiliations. Doesn't matter if they are religious. It could be dealing with your goals. It could be dealing with ninth house affiliations. So your goals are Aquarius, but ninth house is the bigger picture. So trying out things to get there, to that bigger picture. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else with Pluto I can tell you. Pluto is trying to also transform some type of chaotic situations that may have been happening with older siblings and may have been happening with friendships of long distance. Okay. And there is a resolve here of you understanding the bigger picture, of you looking into your thought processes about the situation and putting forth some type of new idea or new approach to the situation. Okay. Communication is activated. So we have communication to your mind and communication to other people. So this could be a time to where that relationship that you have with friends of long distance and your older siblings is changing. Same with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings. Okay. Seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Let's look at the 8th house. Okay. The 8th house is Scorpio in your chart, and Scorpio is ruled by Pluto in astrology. So there's an association there, but there is a square from Scorpio to Aquarius. And this is a challenge that may arise within your world with these chaotic changes, okay? The challenge could be that you have to acquire other people's resources for that change to happen. It could be that looking at other people's resources in a financial aspect, or intertwining resources with groups, clubs, and affiliations. Transformation is necessary with those things of other people's resources connected with groups, clubs, and affiliations. So that could be, for example, you putting up boundaries or just ending some type of shared resource that you have with other people because maybe it hasn't been working thus far. Or this could be that idea to invest in other people. Okay. It really depends on the person. But as long as it's connected with your authentic self and your goals, you'll be okay. Right? The 8th house is other people's resources. It is connected with divorces and soulmates merging together. With that said, yes, there could be some type of divorce that happens, and that's on the person if they want it or not, right? And if that happens, that activates that transformation of groups, clubs, and affiliations, because you probably don't want to hang out with the same people. And the 3rd house being that mindset and communication change that happens with Uranus. Okay. Now, this could also look like two soulmates merging together. And the way that you find each other could be through connections with groups, clubs, and affiliations that you have together. This also, excuse me, this also includes finding each other on one of the dating apps that are out there, because the internet is connected with this, and there is a possibility that you could find your soulmate during this time. This could also look like a death and rebirth of situations that are happening with the masses. And this could look like you going viral because the internet is activated and the death and rebirth is activated. Your psyche is also activated here with that 8th house. And your psyche could change in an instant in regards to who you're connected with or what you're listening to, right? With the 3rd house activated. 8th house is also debts, taxes, government. It is grants, okay? And there could be a transformation of finding out how to affiliate yourself with getting grants or getting as much taxes back or being affiliated with the government in some way, shape, or form, right? This could also look like with the 8th house activated, we have hidden knowledge and taboo topics activated here, esoteric knowledge. And this could mean that you are learning more, speaking about or teaching astrology, tarot, anything of the taboo topics to the masses during this Uranus activated in your 3rd. And I think that might be about it, Aries. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Taurus. This is for Taurus, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini in your 2nd house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 2nd house, it rules money, it rules values. The way that you value things and also the way that you bring value into the world. Your self-worth and confidence. Sensual things. Your spending. It can rule your face. Anything on your face or connected to your face, such as your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your ears, okay, your skin. Food is also a thing with Taurus. Stability is also Taurus. I'm sorry, the 2nd house. You, Taurus, in general, rule that 2nd house. So you will be activated with your identity connected to that food, face, spending money, value, bringing value into the world. A change of identity could be happening with those things. This could be Uranus bringing in instant changes with your money, instant changes on how you eat or diet, instant changes in regards to looking younger because of changing that diet or changing something on your face. Bringing in value into the world could be changing thus far of you changing the way that you've been approaching the way you make money on an individual basis. Okay. Uranus is the planet of change, of chaos, of something that may not be working out within your world. The universe is stepping in to do something or change something to push you upon your trajectory, the path you were meant to be on. And to me, looking at the 2nd and the 1st together, this could mean a situation of you awakening to a fact of, you awakening to you're not making enough money, you awakening to actually making the money that you deserve, you awakening to the way that you've been spending money thus far on material things. Budget could be something that happens. This could also be with Taurus involved, something that deals with homes or properties, agriculture, farming. This could also be something that does something with beauty, that you're pushing out a makeup line, or you're changing the makeup that you're using. This could also be a situation of you deciding that your value comes from love, relationships, okay? And therefore you make an effort, or you change your approach to love. This could be through having to spend money on love, okay, such as dating, such as maybe even alimony, depending on the person and their chart and their planets that are associated with this transit. This is a 7-year transit, okay? A lot of things can happen within 7 years. I do want to remind you that Uranus was in Taurus, and it may have changed the way that other people seen you, your identity. Maybe you got married or you got divorced, whichever. It could have changed the way that you've already been making money thus far, or there were changes implemented to push you to make more, okay? And the same thing is happening with money and value, but this is more of you falling in love with what you're doing and how you're making money. Also, I want to look at Uranus and what Uranus rules, which is Aquarius, okay? Aquarius is in that 10th house. And this is the way that you work. 10th house is your work, your status, single, married, married or single, your title that you hold in work. This is also the way that the masses sees you, okay? The public sees you. Depending on the situation with your work, okay? This could be that you're becoming a person that's on media with whatever you're doing for work, or you are that person that gets some type of contract, agreement, license, okay, permit for work. You could be that person that does it for them. I used to do that with subcontractors. I would get their permits and licenses for them. Also, it could be a situation where you yourself, because your identity is involved, that you're the one getting licensed to do something. Could be electrical work, okay, because we do have Aquarius involved. It deals with electricity, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It could be something that is just facilitated with that 10th house of your professional life. I do want to say too that Gemini connected to this is communication about money in regards to that work facilitation. And that could go either way. That could be like you getting a raise or an upgrade, or it could be the other way around, that they're not paying you enough. So therefore that instant change in your value, your self-worth in that second house is in your mindset, right? And so you change things. This could also be a situation with status, communication in regards to the other person or from yourself of how you feel within that relationship. And therefore, you know, the status changes because of it. 10th house is also your legacy, right? So your legacy could be connected with Gemini, and that is aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Also siblings. Excuse me. Your legacy could also be connected with some type of idea that comes through on how to make the money that is necessary. Okay. Changes to the way that you're feeling about who you are on a mental scale. Changes of how other people are seeing you in regards to your money, in regards to your self-worth, in regards to what you're doing for a living, in regards to your relationships. All of these things are coming to the forefront. Changes could be happening, yes, instant changes, but it could also be you doing the change that pushes you towards something else, a new community, a new way of living and working with others, a new way of being with others. I say these things because transformation is in the background in your 10th house. Pluto is in that 10th house, and it will be stationed there for the next 21 years, okay? Because I think we've already had almost a year of Pluto, so I say 21 years, right? If you haven't watched your Pluto in Aquarius reading, I have them in my playlist, okay? But Pluto is transforming, a death and rebirth happening in that 10th house. And Uranus is triggering this. Is triggering on, are you with the right people? Are you connected in a way that makes you feel like you're safe and secure? That self-worth is coming out. Changes to that status connected with others, groups, clubs, and affiliations, right? A transformation of that. You're going to come out of this Pluto transit with a whole new way of being, because it's in the 10th house. Now, 10th house deals with fathers too. So there could be, yes, a loss of a father or a loss of a mother that is the father of the family. Yes, I mean, 21 years is a long time, you know. But it could also be that they're changing the way that they connect with the masses also. And it has a domino effect, if you would, toward you, on how you're looked upon and your thought processes on, well, if I were their age, would I? Maybe there's things I need to think about here, right? And it could be situations of dementia, because Gemini can be the duality. Dementia, excuse me, dementia is a type of inside reality, outside reality, right? That's the way you have to look at it. Gemini is that duality of light and dark, okay? And it could be a thing here to where that parent has that, or that you're preparing and seeing things in a different manner if you too were to have that. And where would you place yourself? Legacy is in the 10th house, right? So instant changes of that mindset, of the way that you're thought processing situations with parents, situations with relationships, situations with work. Are you feeling like your work actually sees that value that you bring in? Or is that self-worth coming in to your mindset of, I'm just a number, right? These are the things that are being placed back and forth with this transit, and questions are coming out because there's a liberation and freedom that happens with Uranus. And it will liberate and free you from the way that you've been making money thus far, the mindset that you hold with your self-worth and the value that you bring into the world and how you are valued by others. Okay. Changes could be made in regards to work because of what we call AI these days, right? Things could be happening with the internet and communication that changes the way that work actually is for everyone. This is something that, is going around as a rumor of the internet, I guess you would say, to prepare yourself for situations of technology advancing. But it could have an effect in regards to the way that you've been working, whether that is either it goes one way or the other, duality, right? Whether your job is lost or the position that you hold is lost due to intelligence, AI, right? Or it could be the other way around, that you're gaining the intelligence needed to upgrade within that work facilitation, because not everyone knows how to use AI, right? So this could push you forward. But changes will be happening within that second house. I also want to prepare you for any type of scenarios to where it feels like you've had an encounter with hell, okay? And I say this lightly because Gemini is ruled by Mercury. In mythology, Hermes rules Mercury, right? The god Hermes. And Hermes went to hell and back. Does that make any sense? He was able to communicate with heaven, earth, and hell without being scathed, right? So this could be a time to where you're starting to see people that have passed. This could be a time to where you're starting to feel that self-worth and confidence in being a medium, if that's something that you're in touch with. This could also be communication that comes to you that is beyond the veil, that you didn't necessarily expect, because that's how Uranus works, that pushes you toward a path of the 10th house. Okay? And I say these things lightly. Not everyone in astrology believes in certain things, right? You have different types of people in astrology, of course. But pay attention to messages that are coming in that are synchronized, that have a pattern, a consistent pattern of, well, maybe I should do that, right? You had a dream about being, I'm going to give you an example, being a tarot reader. And you've had this dream, I don't know, maybe within a year, 4 or 5 times. There's a consistent pattern of you communicating that way to spirit. Does that make any sense? Keep your mind open. I say this because of the connection with Aries that is happening. Aries has Saturn there for the next 3 years and Neptune for the next 14. Neptune brings upon that woo-woo, if you would. It brings upon angelic messages, the spiritual. Neptune, it rules beyond the veil. It can give you illusions and disillusions, yes, but Neptune rules over Pisces for a reason, okay? And Aries in your chart is amplified with that energy in that 12th house, okay? And so messages coming from beyond the veil, you becoming connected with the spiritual realm in a major way, a deeper way than most, is coming in, and it's part of you, right? It's connected to Aries, and it is part of you. You could see things that are happening before they happen with that premonition or psychic intuitive ability that you have. And this is also connected with money. It's connected with relationships and love. It's connected with your home life, because Aries in your chart is the first house, right? And that is Taurus, you. Do you see the connection? So for the next 14 years, with this transit of Neptune, you will see transformation and endings happening with your identity, okay? Because it's all connected. With this Uranus transit for the next 7, because, you know, every 7 years we change. You're going to come out as a different person with how you make money, the way that you've been implementing those boundaries toward other people to keep that self-worth, right? The mindset that you hold and the way that you communicate with yourself in regards to who you are is changing. All right, Taurus, thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Gemini. Hey, Gemini. I hope you're doing well today. I do want to say you're in the spotlight, right, with this Uranus and Gemini. Are you ready? First house being activated. First house is your image, your looks, your physical body, your identity, the way that other people see you. It is your physical appearance and self-leadership and your self-autonomy, the way that you lead yourself throughout the world, okay? Your confidence is being upgraded. The way that you look in general, it could be that you're starting to look younger. Gemini is a young sign. Gemini is also an air sign. So it's almost like you have this emphasis within inside of you to speak your mind, and the confidence is, you know, building here. Identity change could be happening with this Uranus. You could be getting married. You could be changing the way that you work. You could be changing the way that you lead yourself throughout the world. Whether or not you're retired or not, this is confidence coming back into you, okay? Your physical body could be changing. Because when we start feeling good, everything inside of us, it shows in the physical. The way that you dress could change also within the next 7 years, but instant changes to Uranian themes is happening also, such as you could be a person that does astrology or starts to believe in astrology. This could be a person that changes their appearance and aesthetic completely so that they could be on the internet, because Uranian energy also rules that internet. This could be you deciding to put out a persona out there with using AI, like an AI character, right? Because people do that. like a different type of avatar of yourself placed upon the public's eye. This could also be you getting facilitated with technology in some way, shape, or form that changes your identity. Instant changes is happening here, and it could be chaotic, but if it is chaotic, it is to liberate and free you, because that's what Uranus does. Uranus comes in and it changes what has been stagnant thus far that no longer serves you. Okay, so that old identity, you can just throw it in the trash, right? We also have Gemini activated. So Gemini, it rules a lot of things. So I'm going to go over it so you know. I know you can keep up with me. I'm not a very fast talker anyways, but changes with Gemini. Communication, the way you communicate to people, the way you communicate to yourself. This is also changes with your local environment. This could mean that you're moving. Changes with connections of aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. This could also mean that you yourself are becoming an aunt, an uncle, a sibling to another, right? Changes with small education, certificates, getting licenses, getting licensed to do something, permits to do something. And these things are all facilitated with your identity, okay? It could be that you're getting a visa, or you're being on media. Media is connected with Gemini. You could be also a person that's deciding to be an author. This could be connected to the internet in some way, shape, or form too, because writing is Gemini. Gemini is ambidextrous, using the hands, using tools, doing something with the hands, right? Such as tarot or astrology, because it's quick processing thinking, right? This could also look like a new skill and learning ability, like I just said, but the skill and learning ability, it isn't necessarily something that you have to sit with for the long term to process. This would be something short term. This would be something quick, something as used as a tool, if you would. New tools could come in that changes your identity, such as anything you use with your hands, or this could be vehicles, right? Vehicles could be used for tools, or this could be you getting your license to drive a certain type of vehicle, like getting your CDL license to be a trucker or something. Now, I do want to say too that documentation, communication is activated, okay? But you could be like a person that does underwriting or does something, facilitates something within documentation for work, or a person that, I'm going to give you an example of writing resumes for others, and people are seeing you as that person that does that because your identity is connected. Your mindset is activated with Gemini. And this could be a time to where those beliefs, those narratives that you've been giving yourself thus far changes to liberate and free you from the old person that you were before. Okay? You could also be that person that is helping others. A teacher is Gemini. It would be a school teacher, okay? Or just teaching something in a process rather than a philosophy, right? This teacher could be something that you're looking into of changing your identity to help others facilitate how to manage their mindset. You could also be using frequencies for this. Gemini can be music, and it can be guided meditations of you speaking how to, like, sit quietly, breathe in deeply, exhale slowly, right? Guided meditations to help others change their mindset. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. There's many things with Gemini. Using your hands with energy work, because that is the frequency of Uranus, Reiki, right? To help others change. I'm seeing if there is anything else. I'm going to move on. So Uranus, it is the ruler over Aquarius. And Aquarius is situated in that 9th house. So yes, you could also be facilitated with those that are doing this, such as a teacher, preacher, or guru. You could be changing into that teacher, preacher, or guru, or professor, or that school teacher that I was telling you about. 9th house is teacher, preachers, gurus, professors. It is long distance travel, other cultures, religious beliefs. This is also the belief system and narrative that you tell yourself, okay? Your philosophy. The bigger picture is here. Skills and learning abilities. This is also higher education for your college, okay? Media is also in that 9th house. Publishing. Legal cases. Politics is here. In-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents are here. So this could be that Uranus steps in and changes certain things that are happening with grandparents and in-laws. I do want to remind you that Pluto, the planet of death, rebirth, and transformation, is activated, okay, in that 9th house with Aquarius. Pluto is in Aquarius and will be there for 21 years. If you want to take a look, a sneak peek at Pluto in Aquarius, I have it in my playlist. Just look for your sign. Also, I want to say too that this could be a transformation of community that changes that identity. Okay. Aquarius is community. Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations. It is your goals. It is also the internet, friendships of long distance, acquaintances, and Aquarius can be older siblings. Okay, so there could be a moving that happens to a friend of long distance. It could be an older sibling. This could look like you taking a vacation and then all of a sudden you want to move there, right? You enjoyed it, you like it there, you want to move there. This could also be a situation to where Uranus is changing that identity through that thought process of the bigger picture. And therefore, you're getting an insight from groups, clubs, and affiliations, or an insight to change who you're associated with, because it may not be serving you any longer, right? There could be friends that come back into your life. There could be situations of golden opportunities that appear that maybe you weren't even involved with the people that bring that opportunity to you, but it's communicated to you, and it changes the way of who you are. I say this because 9th house is opportunities and blessings that can just appear, that feel like God, source, universe has stepped in and saved you from something or from yourself. Okay? So I'm trying to show you that Pluto being here is showing you that transformation of your belief system believing in something of a higher power that steps in to save you from something. Does that make any sense? And that can happen to anybody of a Gemini aspect within their first sun or moon. Okay? Because whenever it's connected with the sun and the moon is connected with your emotions. And your emotions are connected with that belief system that you're holding. Okay? And once that belief system is changed, those emotions are no longer a thing. With Uranus has a way of changing the way you think about something overnight. It can happen in an instant, lightning striking you, right? With Uranus. The Tower card, if you would, in tarot. This could also change the aspect of the trajectory you've been on this far. So, say you've had a plan and you're on plan F. Well, all of a sudden you get an idea that comes to you. Now, this idea can be sent to you by others, like aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, siblings, friendships of long distance. Those ideas can come to you that way. Yes. So keep an open mind when it comes to receiving information that's made to change your viewpoint of the bigger picture of the trajectory you've been on thus far. Okay. With the first house activated with Gemini and Uranian energies, that activates Aries. Okay. So we're going to take a look at Aries for a second. Aries is in that 11th house. And ironically enough, the 11th house is Aquarius in astrology. Okay. So we're talking about Aries, Aries being the pioneer, the individual, the independent, maybe even connections with military, connections with, because it's the warrior, okay? Connections with perseverance, quickness. I'm trying to think of anything else besides your identity, of course, because it's connected with the way that other people see you and your identity and your physical appearance, okay? We have Saturn and Neptune here. Saturn will be in Aries. I have videos on this. Please look in my playlist, okay? With Saturn in Aries, Neptune in Aries. Saturn will be there for the next 3 years, right? And Neptune will be there for the next 14. Neptune has this spiritual aspect to it, by the way. Neptune can give you illusions and disillusion, opening up to the truth of who you're connected to because it's the 11th house, right? Who you're connected to as groups, clubs, and affiliations, friends of long distance, associations that are acquaintances. This is who you are in public. Okay? And Neptune can give you an illusion and disillusion of that, but it also can connect you with the veil. With God, source, the universe, opening up the veil to you to help you understand what's really happening. So I want you to keep an open mind in regards to what could happen. Neptune in astrology, it has a lot to do with your path, your spiritual path. This is your soul path, right? It has a lot to do with pointing you into the right direction of who you should become. It has that essence. It also can give you the truth of who you should become. And that's what's happening to everyone with Neptune and Aries, because Aries rules the first house, right? The individual, the identity. So everyone is opening up to the fact of they should be, or having more confidence, or having more passion for what they're doing. And this is happening in that 11th house for you, of having connections, of being a part of a soul tribe, of creating a group, club, or affiliation yourself, of following through with those goals. Okay? These are thoughts that are coming into during this time. Remember, Neptune, it transits for 14 years. That's a long time. But these are thought processes that are coming into your mind during the next 7 years of what should I be doing? Who should I be connected to? Are they for me? This is a time for you to become selfish. And I say that with grace, and I say that with love, okay? That you need to decide what is good for you and not necessarily for the other, okay? This would be a time to where you're understanding who you are through others, okay? So I say it like that because Aries is also anger. Aries is also quick. And you're a Gemini. So whenever it comes time to do something, quick communication. You may have to raise your voice. Okay? You may have to, honestly, to do the things that are necessary to put you on the path. Confidence in everything of your identity to upgrade you is happening because of there's going to be a time that you're going to face during the 7 years of connections with other people, and they need to hear you. Does that make any sense now? I hope so. Speech, public speaking is a thing with Gemini. Your communication is lightning striking. Write it down. Publish it. Put it out there. People need to hear you. They need to see you also, because Aries is the individual within groups, clubs, and affiliations. So make yourself known, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here with situations of the Aries energies. Give me 1 second. You may just have to watch that video of Neptune being in Aries, because there is connections with your professional life with that, okay? Because Neptune is ruler over Pisces, and Pisces is in your 10th house. So there is connections with that status also that you have. Single to married, married to single. There is connections with your legacy and what you should leave behind. Okay? So all of these things are connected with this Uranian transit because it's in your first house, right? Changes to who you are is happening, and it's beautiful. Embrace it, okay? But remember who you are also. That philosophy within the Aquarian energy that you have in that 9th house, it matters. Be open to embracing new ideas, but also remember who you are and where you came from and what you've dealt with thus far, okay? Because that is Piscean energy within the 10th house of your power. Pisces has a way of understanding the light and dark of situations because of so much loss, so much transformation, and having to rely on God, source, the universe for things to happen. You have a connection with Pisces because of that 10th house being in Pisces. You understand that on a deep level. So whenever it comes time for these changes happening, remember who you are, relying upon God, source, or the universe, whichever you believe in, because people are different, for things to happen as they need to play out. Okay? Thank you, Gemini, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Cancer. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini that's happening in your 12th. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 12th house, it deals with spirituality, soul work, enlightenment. This is where you awaken, okay? Foreign revenue, also loss and grief is here. Mediumship, past lives, karma healing. This could be healing and restoration of any type of past conditioning that you've been through, okay? Also, prisons, hospitals, insane asylums are activated in the 12th house. Letting go and going with faith, endings and transformation, psychic and intuitive abilities. This is where habits are. This is also where things are hidden and private, secret, if you would. Okay. Instant changes are happening with Uranus. This is to liberate and free you from situations that you've been through thus far. This could mean that Uranus comes in and it heals the karma that you've been introduced to thus far. With Gemini activated, that karma could have been something of your thought processes that has been going on. This could be what you thought was ADHD, right? And really, it was just managing those thought processes. This could also be a situation of healing habits that you're doing, such as anything that deals with air, smoking, smoking anything. Okay. This could be communication to yourself, anything that deals with air, because it is an air sign. And so is Uranus an air planet, right? So, because Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius. And this is, what are you feeding yourself, right? Aquarius is the bearer of the water. Takes the water and pours it into the river is one of the ways you can look at Aquarius, but it's pouring into you or pouring into the masses. And this could mean that you're seeing things in a different light, awakening to whatever you're introducing yourself to on a daily basis. Maybe this could be also the habit that you have. This could be the narrative that you're telling yourself. Whatever that is, whatever you're pouring into yourself, you're awakening to that and the fact of how it's affecting you. And Uranus is coming in and it's changing that. It's awakening you to other ways of being, of getting in touch with the feminine side, or dark feminine, if you would. Because there is the masculine, and divine feminine, right? And this is you going through that dark night of the soul. That's why I said dark feminine, because it will happen. It will be the Geminian way, duality. And I'm going to explain some things about Gemini that people don't necessarily talk about. Gemini traditionally is the two twins, okay? And the two twins, they are crew Give me one second. I'm trying to remember the other one. Crew and Castor. No, I'm sorry. Pollux and Castor. One of them, they were in battle together. They're twins. They're always together, always doing things together. And one of them dies, okay, within battle. And is sent into Hades. I'm trying to remember the mythology part of it, of one of them made a deal or was able to trade places with the other one that was in hell to live on earth. So they would trade places. I think it was during the nighttime or the daytime. One of them would trade places with the other so that they could have that experience of being alive again. This is the same thing that's happening to your thought processes of how long have you been in Hades, right? How long have you been sitting with yourself with those habits of telling yourself certain things because it's time? Uranus is coming in with its lightning strike of liberation and freedom to awaken you to what's really happening around you and what you have succumbed to thus far, okay? This will be a healing that happens to you. And it could be quick because Uranus is quick, and it could be so quick that it adjusts your nervous system. Does that make any sense? Of you awakening to the fact of whatever is going on within your mindset, within your communication to yourself. Communication could come to you in regards to awakening you. Okay? And this could also be not just on a mindset level in the dark night of the soul, but your soul trajectory of what you should be doing next. Transformations and endings are happening. Okay, Cancer. It is trying to help you understand that you can't have reality without seeing beyond the veil. And intuitive and psychic abilities could come in and shock you and show you these things. Premonitions happen in dreams with this transit that come true, and it shocks you and it pushes you on a different trajectory. This could also be downloads that are received from some type of frequency work that you're doing. Meditation could be guided meditation that you're doing. Anything of the taboo, esoteric knowledge could come in and enlighten you that changes your whole world, flips it upside down, and helps you in situations of whatever is necessary. And this could be getting out of the environment that you grew up in, maybe moving to somewhere, or moving your body is necessary. This could also be aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings that have an impact on you. You could be seeing these people that have passed in your dreams, in reality. It could go either way, because there are indications here with the 12th house of mediumship, right? And this could be a time to where you're becoming a medium, using astrology or tarot in that manner. I have videos in my playlist of my mediumship because I found out that I have this as an ancestral lineage, and I didn't even know it was there until I tried, right? So this could be a time to where that's happening to you. This could also be something over media that transforms you. And that could look like anything, honestly. Any type of communication, any type of frequency work, any type of eye-opening information that happens while you're scrolling, during the day, could open you to the fact of, wow, I am now aware. Okay? This could also be technology, AI, any type of technology used in a Geminian way of maybe quick information, technology in short form, right, of pushing you toward a transformation. And how can I explain that? Like, maybe you're discovering an app of some sort that helps you get over a habit, helps you get more involved with astrology or tarot. I use Astro Matrix, right? And I have, it's outdated, but I have learned Astro Matrix video on my playlist if you're interested in learning more about astrology and how to use that app. But different apps could help you have a transformation or awakening, or show you your abilities, your skill and learning abilities that are required during this time, such as using like Canva or using something that teaches you upon AI learning, right? I know that Tony Robbins, he has some type of summit coming up in regards to AI, and I'm actually looking into that, so I'll be learning a little bit just like you, Cancer. But this could be a time to where Uranus has shocking changes also of some type of loss that comes in, yes, but loss in the general of Uranian themes, and I'm going to go over that with Uranus ruling Aquarius. With Aquarius activated, we're looking at older siblings, we're looking at friends of long distance, we're also looking at your affiliations with groups, clubs, and affiliations, okay? And there could be some type of death and rebirth that happens here. This is the activation of Pluto that you're seeing. Pluto is in Aquarius and will be in Aquarius for the next, I think, 21 years, because it's been there for a year thus far, I think. But I have a video in my playlist for Pluto in Aquarius if you're interested in more detail. But transformation, death, and rebirth is already happening here in this 8th house with Pluto activation. And this will be the first Pluto activation that you'll feel. There will be some type of shared resource that could be coming to you from the masses, from older siblings, from I'm sorry, my dog is doing something. From loans. I'm going to go over the 8th house with you here. 8th house is crisis, legal matters, divorces, other people's resources, soulmates merging together. So you have both the dark and light here, right? When it comes to relationships, healing fears and phobias, grants, government, taxes, debts, banking loans, mortgage loans, any type of loan that is necessary. This is hidden topics, taboo topics, hidden knowledge. Secrets, too, are here in the 8th house, and you have it activated with the 12th. Secrets could be communicated to you on how to gain other people's resources, or that you have some waiting for you, or secrets could be coming out in regards to an aunt, uncle, cousin, relative, niece, nephew, or neighbor, or sibling, or one that is further away, or an older sibling, right? because they're activated with Aquarius. Also, investments, long-term finances could be paying out. Transformation of you investing into something, finding the secret on how to invest and use the money that you have. Or this could be a time to where things are paying out to you, and this is communicated to you. And it could be coming from a group, club, or affiliation, or some type of goal that you have, because that is Aquarius. Aquarius is also a party, more than 3 people, okay? An event, more than 3 people. And this could be a time to where you're deciding to open a nonprofit facilitation here to gain more money, or this could be associated with a desire that you have, changes of that healing that happens, and you have that desire to help others. Okay, it could go either way. Now, this could also be secrets within grants, government, and taxes that come out that help you transform. So we're going to look at, because there's a lot of transformation happening, and your psyche is involved in this too, because it's the 8th house. And we're going to look at, because Gemini is activated with this, we're going to look at your 3rd house. I'm going to take it slow so you can keep up with my craziness, right? Because it is Gemini. And we're all a little crazy. Anyways, but the 3rd house in astrology is ruled by Gemini, okay? And we're talking about your everyday, your lifestyle, your health. We're also talking about your work, the daily work that you do, servicing others, self-mastery, okay, is here in that 3rd house because it's ruled by Virgo, okay? Virgo is your lifestyle, health, the way that you work on a daily, your pets. This could also be considered, like I said, service to others, servicing others, organization, and self-mastery. This is a time to where you're getting more involved with what you want out of life in a very detail-oriented way. What you want your lifestyle to look like, what you want your work facilitation to look like, what pet do you want, or how you want to be with your health. Okay, all of these things are within your mindset, and this could be a time to where you're facilitating yourself with getting healthier, with movement, maybe exercise, with the words and the everyday scrolling that's happening, that you're facilitating stoicism to where you're managing and understanding that anything that is in intake with you, it hits you on an emotional level, which I'm sure you already knew that, but it's actually awakening you to the fact that you are a Cancer and you rule that emotional body, right? So this could be a time to where you're facilitating a healthier way of being. This could also be where you find people that are associated with that help you, okay? It could be on a professional standpoint of you gaining some type of license or permit or certificate that upgrades you within that work facilitation, okay? This could also be a time where you are understanding that you have to get out of your environment that you're in. And it could be that you're moving to place balance back into your home life, because you do have Libra there in that 4th house of balance and harmony and love coming in. This could also look like you changing your work facilitation with working with an aunt, uncle, cousin, relative, niece, nephew, neighbor, or sibling. And depending on the person, you would know whether or not it's good for you, because your health and your lifestyle is activated, and you're deciding to do the things that are healthier for you rather than just sitting with the masses and what they want. Okay? This could be that there is inheritance that happens from someone that's far away. I say that because that 8th house is inheritance. And I also say that because it would be friends of long distance, or it would be older siblings here. Maybe even someone that you knew within a group, club, or affiliation that you were attached to. Or a literal Aquarius, right? That there is somebody that is leaving you tools, maybe a vehicle, maybe their technology that they had, such as phones and gadgets, laptops. This initiation helps you upgrade with your lifestyle. Okay? This could also be a situation of you getting communication about their health, about whomever that person of long distance. It could be someone facilitated with a club, group, or affiliation, or a literal Aquarius, right? That you're getting word about their health. And this is awakening you to different situations of your health. Does that make any sense? Also, I want to look at, because Virgo is activated and it's associated with this Uranian energy. So I want to look at your Virgo house, okay? That is the 6th house in astrology. And it's ruled by Sagittarius. So your lifestyle, your work, all of these things are associated with, you have opportunities that can come with you or facilitated to you with anything that you do in life. I say this because Sagittarius is activated and is a very optimistic and opportunist sign. A blessing would be considered Sagittarius that comes to you with your lifestyle, with your work, with your health. This can also be considered with Sagittarius that you're deciding to publish a book and you are now a known author. This could be with Sagittarius that you're becoming a preacher, teacher, or guru, or professor, okay, on a daily in your lifestyle. Also facilitated with Sagittarius is the literal sign of Sagittarius, and they could have an impact on your lifestyle, okay, and your health, by the way. Sagittarius is belief systems and its religious beliefs, its long distance travel. You could be one that works with a travel agency or decides to make it a lifestyle situation of you traveling long distances. This could also be situations with a lifestyle change of you having to commute to work, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be a travel agency. It could be that you are commuting longer distance to work, and therefore it changes things for you. Okay. This could also be religious, that you're getting implemented in religious beliefs, or those beliefs are changing. Your belief system is associated with your lifestyle and what you're doing, and those beliefs could be changing due to that awakening. Right? Self-mastery and servicing others is in the 6th house. And skills and learning abilities is Sagittarius. And you can see what those skills, learning abilities, self-mastery is succumbing to in the 9th, because it's connected with Sagittarius. So your skills and learning abilities are connected with letting go and going with faith, teaching others in regards to their habits and what they're doing to themselves and how they're sabotaging. Your skills and learning abilities come from the divine, and it could mean that you're changing your trajectory in a more faith-based way of your lifestyle, and also teaching others how to do this too. This could mean that you're becoming that preacher, teacher, or guru to show them how. This could also be that skill and learning ability with some type of writing, being an author on spirituality and esoteric knowledge and how it's all connected. Everything is connected. Pisces is, remember, spirituality, awakenings, and the collective energy, and not just the masses on a scale, but the collective energy of spirituality, awakening, and seeing things beyond the veil. And this could be a time that you're mastering yourself upon those things with your psychic and intuitive abilities, so that you can help others understand and see things in a different manner that are also connected with their belief system. Okay? Changing their belief system. One of the people that I listen to with changing belief systems is Tony Robbins. He does talk about it. He talks about, a person loves to sabotage themselves so that they have a challenge and they grow, right? It is the duality of Gemini that's coming out of everyone, of the light and dark of the person, okay? And some people make things happen so that they can be in the spotlight, a savior, if you would, or a savior to themselves, or feel accomplished, right? We can't just stay stagnant. We sabotage one way or another because we are human and we're having this experience. Transformation is addictive, right? And you could be understanding and seeing this, getting deeper and showing others of their sabotaging tendencies that are happening and teaching upon this or writing upon this, right? It's a very psychological bend, if you would, that could be happening with you, and also how you're communicating with other people. Because once you tell somebody the truth about something, it changes their world, whatever world that they built, okay? It changes it completely. Their narrative they've told themselves, the things that they've believed thus far, and about themselves in general. Now, remember that a lot of people don't want to hear it. They want to hear about themselves and the truth about themselves, right? But sometimes it is necessary to pull it out of an objective way. That's why Aquarius is activated in your chart in the 8th house in your psychological well-being, of you understanding the detachment from the masses so that you can communicate to them on that level that's needed for them to understand. Okay? Ooh, I got deep. I got a little deep there. But it is something with Cancer, because they rule the emotional body, right? And you have to feel it to heal it. And that is your motto. You have to feel it to heal it. And you have felt things on a deep scale, just like Scorpio and just like Pisces, because we are water signs. Okay? We're not on surface level. But other people are detached from that. And to be able to communicate with them, you also have to detach yourself with certain situations to help them understand. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else. So changes in the 12th house of that spiritual standpoint, the awakening that you're having and transformation that is happening within your lifestyle, the way that you work, your daily routine, and your health. Changes, instant changes, can also happen in chaotic form. And I'm going to say this with grace. So because that 8th house is activated, this could look like a Kundalini awakening, to where all of your chakras are lit up and you feel this sensation. You are being asked to detach from that sensation so that you can receive the information. Does that make any sense? With Aquarius, it's detachment. It is an air sign ruled by Uranus, like lightning. So it could feel like a lightning struck you. Okay. Just to let you know. I don't want you to be all, you know, oh my goodness, what just happened? Is there something wrong with my health? You know, no, it's normal. It's normal. You're awakening. But finding out information about this can be helpful for you if you feel like secrets are being opened and the veil is no longer hidden. If you're starting to feel that and see this, start looking at information about it, because that way you're not too shocked, right? Because Cancers have a way of going deep into their nervous system, mainly because that Virgo is in the 3rd house with the Gemini in house, and that nervous system could be shocked on a upscale form, right? With this 8th house activated with Aquarius. And I think that's about all I have for you, Cancer. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Leo. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini in your 11th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. So, the 11th house, it deals with rewards and gains. It deals with groups, clubs, and affiliations, your community, hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. It also deals with friendships of long distance, older siblings, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, technology. Uranus being activated here, Uranus could have an impact on changes or chaotic changes that are happening within the community that you reside in, or the community that you want to reside in. So it could make you move. Gemini, it deals with a lot of things. It deals with moving and movement. It deals with ambidextrous things, dealing with your hands, tools, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors. Also, they could be the ones that are moving, and siblings, siblings too. But they could be the ones that are having shocking changes in their life and moving communities, or getting to their goals or hopes, dreams, and wishes, right? But this could also be you having that shocking change in your life that implements you to your goals, that implements you to your wishes coming true. Communication that comes to you that changes everything for you. Communication could look like ideas and documents that come in. It could look like media and writing, something over media, something that was written to you one way or another. It doesn't matter how it comes in, just written. Also, this could look like small education, certificates, licenses, permits, visas. All of these things can impact you of moving, or it could impact you in your community. Okay, this could be for work, It could be that you're getting a document in the mail and that tells you that you need what have you, okay? And that changes everything. Gemini is also a little bit crazy. Okay, so short distance travel is Gemini, so it could be that you're consistently feeling like you're crazy within your community, or they're crazy, or your aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, they're going crazy with consistently moving, maybe their mindset, maybe their communication. I call it manic mode, right? Everybody's in manic mode. Anyways, but it could feel like that for the next 7 years. I do want to say too that neighborhoods could be popping up within your community, lots of them. With Gemini, it would be more than one, right? Because it is a twin sign. Gemini is duality, the light and dark of situations, and your mindset connected with wanting to stay where you are, wanting to leave where you are, could be coming up back and forth. It could be a consistent back and forth thing. This is so that you can manage that mindset and understand where you want to be, right? This could be that you are being a public speaker or a teacher and teaching to the masses, or being a public speaker to the masses, or in an event that you have or in your community. Tradesmen and salesmen, advertising is Gemini, and this could look like you doing this in a public stance. Gemini is also writing, and this could look like you're writing about the places that you've lived, writing about groups, clubs, and affiliations. This could also mean that you're becoming an admin of groups, clubs, and affiliations, or starting to see the changes that are implemented with those groups, clubs, and affiliations on whether or not you want to be a part of them. This could be, with Gemini activated, that you are becoming that person over media that is teaching others on how to be a part of a community, or you're running it, or you are facilitating yourself with your own soul tribe, that you're finding your soul tribe, that you're finding where you feel like you belong. Now, older siblings is Aquarius, and there could be communication back and forth with older siblings that is shocking to you, that changes things or changes your trajectory. Now, Uranus, it has a way of liberating and freeing you from situations, okay? And they could have information that comes to you that frees you from situations that you've been in thus far. It could seem chaotic. This could also be from friends of long distance. They could be asking you to move there with them, or them themselves are moving, older siblings and those friends of long distance, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else with Uranus here. I do want to look at the ruler, what Uranus rules, which is Aquarius. Now, Aquarius does rule the 11th house in astrology, but in your chart, Aquarius is in that 7th, okay? And there's a connection here with the 11th. So, not just communication to you, and those things that I had already said of shocking changes that are happening to you, it could be to your partner, right? But it could also be a situation to where you're being proposed to, okay? Because proposals, marriage, 7th house is marriage, 7th house is alliances, commitments, agreements, relationships, collaborations, contracts, business associations, therapists, clients, open enemies. This is also where you see lease agreements, okay? And this could be where you're obtaining. Now, Uranus is transiting for 7 years. It's a long time, but this could be where you're obtaining a lease agreement in regards to a business association, right? This could also be, like I said before, happening to your partner, because partners, significant others, and best friends are the 7th house. Your partner could have a best friend of long distance that's having changes, chaotic changes, or shocking changes that are happening to them, okay? Because it's all connected. You're connected with that other person if you are married. If not, this could be that a friendship, your friendship with another person, they're having changes that are happening. They could be getting married. They could be moving. They could be upgrading within their business because of something that is obtained of a tool that is necessary, or they could be on media, okay? You could be doing this with them. There is collaborations involved here in the 7th, okay? This could also be a situation of therapy happening. That could be therapy for couples or therapy on an individual level. It doesn't matter. Transformation is happening in that 7th house for you because Pluto is there for the next 21 years. And there is some type of death and rebirth that's happening with you relating to others, how you communicate and relate to others, also the way that your mindset is surrounding business. It is also a situation of clients coming in for you, right? And it is a constant thing because Gemini is constant. It's just like Aries with quick energy, but this is quick communication and air energy that's coming to you, okay? Changes within clients, maybe facilitating a new way of gaining clients with different groups, clubs, and affiliations, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Now, like I said, you yourself could be getting married, upgrading your marriage, or your friends are doing this, or even your therapist, right? Or a client is communicating to you about their transformation. But documentation, written things are changes that could be happening and coming in with Uranian energy and Gemini connections associated with groups, clubs, and affiliations and your goals. So if you've had, thoughts on your goals or rewards and gains that you want, wishes that you want to come true, this could be a time to where it's transformed as associated with business, collaborations with other people, documentation that comes in that pushes you forward with clients or pushes you forward with being associated with the masses. And that could look like you're getting a license or you're getting a certificate of some sort to upgrade you in that business sector. I'm seeing if there's anything else here I can tell you. Detachment is a thing. When Aquarius is activated, detachment is a thing when it comes to relationships, okay? So if on the other octave of that relationship that you have, you get communication about what they want out of the relationship, or they're asking for it to end or something like that, right? So detachment is a thing when it comes to Aquarian energy. So it may be a requirement for you to detach from that continual mindset that you've had thus far, because you could get caught up in the details, or you could get caught up in that nervous system of, well, where am I going to move? Where am I going to be in whatever years? And take it a little bit slower than you have been, because it can be analysis paralysis for you, right? So detach from that situation of whatever is happening so that you can see the bigger picture, because there's a transformation happening in that 7th of how you're relating with other people. Okay, so I want to look at a few more things here. With Gemini and transformation activated and chaotic changes or instant changes that could happen within that 11th house, Gemini is associated with the 3rd house in astrology. Okay, it rules that 3rd house in astrology. And Gemini is activated with Libra. So like I said earlier, of an analysis paralysis, Libra is balance and harmony and beautiful things, Venusian things, relationships, relating to other people. And it's in your 3rd house of your mindset. So fixing that psychological standpoint on relationships is a pattern here of bringing back in the balance, bringing back in the harmony that is necessary. And one way to do that, like I said, is detachment or innovation, upgrading the situation. And that could be upgrading your mindset to bring in balance, right? And to do this, you have to get out of your comfort zone. Okay, Leo? You have to get out into the community. You have to get out into clubs, groups, and affiliations. Get on the internet, do research. Maybe facilitate yourself with parties that are associated more than 3 people. Okay? Getting out there and socializing is a thing, right? So that you can bring in that peace, that harmony, that balance. When you feel like you're on a stage, or when you feel like you are needed, whenever you're surrounded by the right people, you are living your Leo. You are being that 5th house, that lion on the stage, the person that can bring in the right performance, the person that has all the love there. Does that make any sense? So you doing that will help that relationship. Finding a way to bring spotlight on that relationship or relating with other people. Communicating with other people and the people that you love in your life, even if you're a Leo that has like 2 friends or 1 friend. That's something that can push you through the hard times. It's something that can help you through those chaotic changes that could be happening with associations with the masses or business or whatever you're going through that's in the public, or whatever you're going through within the community. You being in relationship with yourself and your mind and how you're thinking can help also, of you finding the right communication. For example, music can help you get through situations. Listening to public speakers, motivated speakers, people that are in relationships with other people that are making it through and you're not understanding how, that can help you with your relationships. Those that have credibility within relationships, right, can help you mimic, can mirror through that, okay? Because Libra is balance and justice. It can also be a situation of
give me one second. The not just communicated side, but documentation in regards to any judicial thing or legal case that you've been through thus far. Okay, that could be some communication that comes in that's shocking. And I'm trying to figure out, because Pluto, it rules your 4th house, and this could be something that deals with family. It could be something that deals with inheritance. It could be something that deals with a mother or father or a person that is a nurturing parent in your life. This could also be a situation where, like I said earlier, just home changes. So you have to have that documentation for home changes that are happening. Let me circle it so you see what I see. 4th house. 4th house is your home and property. It is your emotional body. It is your sense of belonging. It is your ancestral lineage. Okay. With Pluto ruling this, because it is Scorpio. Scorpio deals a lot with transformation. It deals a lot with your psychological standpoint. You think about the past a lot, right? And that could be the problem. And this shocking change that comes in could have something to do with that mindset that you have in regards to past situations. This shocking change that comes in could also be a death and rebirth, someone having a baby, or someone passing, right? It is possible. Pluto is activated with everyone. It is the next 21 years, and anything can happen in the next 21 years with Pluto and Aquarius, and that 7th of you relating to other people, of your spouse, of their parents is also a thing. Okay, just to let you know, because you're dealing with the other person. This is also shared resources is Scorpio. Okay. And shared resources could be implemented during this time with Pluto activated from another person, from that friend, from communication of those people, that 7th house, okay, because there is a connection. Always, with Pluto activated, it always hits your 4th house. But there is a connection right now with those instant changes for the next 7 years in Gemini. Usually when Uranus is transiting a sign, or any type of outer planet, such as Uranus and Pluto, even you can even say Neptune, right? And sometimes Saturn, because Saturn is a transit for 3 years, but it's the beginning, the very beginning degrees of that sign, and then the very end of that sign to where changes are implemented. Okay. So this could look like changes that are hitting home, 4th house, right? Changes to property, or changes to where you're living, your home situation, some type of financial gain that is happening that could be communicated not just to you, but to the other person. Okay. Mothers and fathers are activated too. And they don't necessarily have to pass. They could just be having that transformation of community that's happening with them. Or you could be changing the way that you're relating to them. Like maybe there is forgiveness that happens. Or maybe there is acceptance that happens. Acceptance is a very Aquarius thing, of accepting the way that things are by detaching emotions from that relationship that has happened from the past. Does that make any sense? So this could be you understanding them as being human. This could also be your emotional body that is connected with the other person that's being detached or that's being transformed. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. I want to because 11th house, I went over that one. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Let's look at Cancer. Because of that 4th house being activated with Scorpio. If you don't know about Pluto in Aquarius, I have videos in my playlist. I used to do videos of each individual sign rather than one video that has them all, right? So I have Pluto in Aquarius, which is activated right now. I also have Uranus and Gemini with the individual signs that could give you a more insight of what's happening. And the Neptune and Saturn transits that are happening with Aries, because Aries energy is amplified right now. But we're going to look at Cancer because that is your 4th house of transformation that's happening in connection to. So there is an awakening that's happening with Cancer, with that 4th house, with you and how your parents were, or an awakening of where you should be living, or an awakening of your emotions that has been going on this far. And there will be a transformation of that. Transformation and endings is the 12th house. I also want to say, too, that prisons and hospitals is the 12th house, okay? So you could have a parent could be going to the hospital, or it could be that someone is having a baby, because mothers are associated with the 4th house, and secrets are associated with the 12th. So you could find out a secret about someone being pregnant, right? And it could be, I mean, depending on the person, it could be the person that's in relationship to you, or it could be your friend, or this could be a secret that is coming out in regards to a family matter that you didn't necessarily know. And that changes your thought processes and the relationship that you have with that family. Okay. And that could be the instant changes. These secrets could be coming out with that Gemini and Uranus theme in your 11th at a party that's more than 3 people. Okay. It could also be that secrets are coming out that you realize are actually awakening you through clubs, groups, and affiliations, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Now, if you've had a goal to get a home, this is the time to where that could be coming in. Uranus, 7 years is a long time, right? So 7-year transit of Uranus, and that 11th is a long time. So yes, you could be getting a home, but it is the beginning of Uranus being in Gemini. So I would say, I don't know, the next 2 that you're deciding a concrete decision of getting that home and making it happen. This could also be property. It could be you getting pregnant or your partner getting pregnant, okay? Like I said earlier, there's a disassociation with your emotions in regards to that partner. If they are pregnant, it's because of hormones, right? Or if you're pregnant, it's because of hormones coming in with that emotional baggage, okay? So there's a disassociation with those people or you. I'm seeing if I can tell you anything else here. Now, secrets could be coming out about your partner their family. And you're finding out, you know, their real mother that they thought was their real mother is not their biological mother or father. Or this could be that, you know, the death and rebirth of a parent kind of thing, with Pluto associated with that partner. Trying to see if I can see anything else here. Now, I do want to say too, you could be awakening to a different way of being because of that therapist, right? Of your emotions that are attached to other people. You could also have a spiritual enlightenment. Doesn't necessarily have to be through a therapist, but you could have some type of spiritual enlightenment in regards to why you are the way that you are of relating to other people. And it could literally come from a Cancer, or it could come from a family member that is telling you on a psychological level of how your emotions have been impacting them or how they have been impacting you, right? Because 12th house is a spiritual awakening and enlightenment. It is also the taboo, right? So during this chaotic time, if it is changes that you have to deal with, of bringing balance to, right? I do suggest that you get more involved with astrology, tarot, or something of faith-based manner, because of Cancer making you feel that sense of belonging with the occult and with spirituality, also with God source, the divine. So you get more involved with that can help transform that energy, okay? With anything that feels like it's crazy, like I said at the beginning, a Gemini making you feel like everything is just so quick and happening quick, and you know, people are manic, right? Oh goodness. And you're just constantly receiving communication from everybody. Okay, so getting more into your body and more into your emotions to feel that belonging can help you transform that energy. Okay, that's why Scorpio is in that 4th house, to give you that indication of whenever you're going through a psychological change, whenever you're going through any type of transformation or crisis, to get in touch with your body, with your home within. Okay, even if it's your physical home, going home, being at home, getting in touch with yourself helps you. Also, family can help you, but usually with Leos, they don't succumb to their family until later in age, mainly because it's they have to be their own father. They have to figure out how to be their own father. And a lot of people see Leos as pushy or too passionate, I guess you would say. They are a fire sign, right? So they see you that way, but they don't understand why you're that way, because you didn't have, and you fill in the blank, right? You didn't have that leadership when you were a child, or you had too much of leadership from another that didn't necessarily put you on the right path. And so you had to be your own parent, right? So, and I think that might be it, Leo. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Hi Virgo, if you're doing well today, this is for Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at Uranus and Gemini in your 10th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. The 10th house, it deals with your legacy, professional life, your work career, your reputation, your father's health and wealth. It can also be the mother, depending on your parents, who wears the pants in your family, okay? The role that you play in life, the status you hold, single to married, married to single, working, not working, the status you hold of the title of your job, CEO or laborer. Power is here in the 10th house, where you hold your soul power, okay? Your inner power. Uranus is the planet of change, of course. I'm sure you've heard of that many times over. But it can be chaotic changes. It can also implement an instant detachment in regards to any type of emotions that are attached to that 10th house. Your work, relationships, your legacy, what you need to do next, revolving around your status. This is also, Uranus is also a 7-year transit planet. So every 7 years, it changes signs and you change. It has a way of changing whatever sign and house that it's in. This will also be a situation of Aquarian energy, if you would. Aquarian energy, I say this because Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius. And Aquarian energy has that detachment, and it also has innovative skills. It has a way of processing information in a different manner that awakens you. That's why they call Uranus the Great Awakener, if you would. Uranus also rules over astrology. It rules over the internet, anything that is electrical and anything that's technology. With Uranus here in Gemini, it's working on your thinking process, and it's also working on your communication skills. Excuse me, it's obviously not doing great right now for me, but goodness. But it is working on how you speak to other people, bringing in shocking communications to you that changes your trajectory of that 10th house. Gemini is also the twins that were separated by one of them dying. That's why they call it a duality sign. It was, I'm trying to remember the mythology here. Give me 1 second. Castor and Pollux was the two twins that were in war, and one of them had died. They went to battle together. One of them passed away and went to Hades. And it was some type of agreement with the gods on Castor being able to come back to Earth during the day, and they trade places. Okay. But even though my mythology might be off, but even though this is mythology, it's the fact of Geminis, they experience a type of hell, if you would. And they come back to reality ever so often. That's why they are scatterbrained, or that's why they are all over the place, right? That they have 1 foot in reality and 1 foot in Hades, okay? And they're trying to bring whatever is necessary back down to earth. This is what's happening with this 10th house. So whatever hell that you've been through thus far
in the 10th house with your job, with your relationship, with the status you hold, with fathers or mothers that are overbearing, or your legacy, trying to build that foundation with the legacy. Changes are being implemented to push you upon that trajectory of what is needed and what what no longer serves you in this area of life, to give you a little bit of understanding of how this is working. This could also be implemented as changes in your thinking process of ideas coming to you on what to do next, documents that come in that changes everything for you, communication that comes in that changes everything for you. There are people here, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors with Gemini being activated that could have an impact in regards to that change. Okay, moving and movement is Gemini. Moving your body and moving homes, right? Actually moving. This could be also with Gemini activated, the environment you grew up in your neighborhood, your surrounding environment. There are changes that are being implemented here, and because of that, it can push you to a new trajectory. I'll give you an example. So say that you're in a neighborhood that is out in the country, and all of a sudden you get a 15-minute city, right? That is down the street, 15 minutes. And then everyone's house price goes up, taxes go up, and you're required to either sell, move, right? Or this could mean that you can use whatever is set upon that price of your house as equity, and use that equity for a loan or what have you. Do you get what I'm saying here? So there is a pattern happening with Gemini. Gemini is also considered media and writing. And with Uranus activated, this could mean that you're implementing innovative ideas with media, with your writing skills, and using them as your status or as your work. Or this could be an upgrade in work because of that, or your work itself is getting new technology in to keep up with the masses, and it changes everything for you. Okay, so there's many ways that this could come out, but with Gemini is what I would call a little bit crazy, okay, when it comes to their thinking processes. They're everywhere all the time at one time, right? And this could be how you are during this transit with the 10th house activated, of you're in constant thinking mode, learning something new. Doesn't necessarily have to be long-term learning. It's more of short-term learning to get the gist of what's happening, to keep up with the masses, right? And that changes how you are accepting your reality, and that changes how you are viewing or in your perspective of your reality. This also can be a change of belief system that ends up happening for you, of where you want to be in life. Because 10th house is, you know, that apex house within astrology that can have an effect on the complete trajectory of your life. That includes the relationship, that includes the professional life, that includes how you're leading your life at this time. Okay. All right. So I want to go to different aspects with this. With Uranus, Uranus rules over Aquarius. So we're going to take a look at Aquarius in your chart. Aquarius is in that 6th house. Now, remember, Aquarius is activated also by Pluto. And Pluto is here. Transformation and rebirth, death and rebirth is happening within that sixth. And the sixth house, it deals with your lifestyle. It deals with your everyday routine, your daily work and employment, organizing and detail orientation, your self-mastery, which has a lot to do with how you do things, right? And how you learn things. Self-mastery, getting mastered at something. Service to others, if you are in a job to where you service others, that's where transformation is happening here. Pets are changing also. You could be getting a pet, or you could be dealing with the death of a pet. I'm going to be realistic because Pluto is death and rebirth. Now, Pluto is activated in everybody's chart right now with Uranus changing signs, and it will activate that death and rebirth, whether it be a renewal, something changing completely, transformation, or an actual death. So I just want to let you know. All right, so sixth house is your health. With Aquarius activated, this could mean that you are detaching from situations that have been happening to your health thus far. Okay, you could also realize certain things that are happening with your health online. You know, people could be talking about how they healed, and you fill in the blank, whatever ailment that you may have. This could also be, and you find that over the internet, but this could also be you joining groups, clubs, and affiliations that are associated with your health, because Aquarius is groups, clubs, and affiliations. It is your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. It can also be socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, okay? The internet or technology is associated with Aquarius. Detachment is associated with Aquarius. Friendships of long distance and friends that are acquaintances and older siblings are Aquarius. So this could mean that you're joining a gym, right? To get that movement going, to get your power back. 10th house being affiliated with the 6th. Or this could mean that there is a new goal on the horizon. There could be a change of your work facilitation that pushes you to do what is necessary to have the lifestyle that you want. Okay? This could be an instant change of your status, whether that be in work or your relationships. And your lifestyle is transformed with that Pluto there in Aquarius. Okay? This could also be a situation with the 6th house activated. Co-workers could leave and you take their position, right? This could also mean that you are self-mastering yourself to get a new line of work or professional life. That could mean that you're getting a certificate, a license, a permit of some sort. That is Gemini. It could also mean a visa, right? Changing your status where you live, a visa. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. Now, communication of changes could come in from bosses, from fathers, their health situation, or their title situation, okay? So keep that in mind. And that could change everything for you. I mean, you get a new boss, it changes everything. You know, now you have to get used to somebody else, or you're deciding to make it a goal to become your own boss. Okay, so like I said, co-workers are activated, and co-workers could be moving. And they could be like opening up another shop or what have you for the company in a different area. and therefore making you the one that is in charge of their work or taking over, you know, that store. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you. On a psychological standpoint, when it comes to the 6th house, because your mindset is attached to your daily work and routine, and there could be innovative ideas. You could be one that is teaching others what to do on certain things of, you know, handling their present moment rather than living in the past. This could also be teaching them on technology or being affiliated with groups, clubs, and affiliations that have something to do with that status that you hold, whether that is in work or relationships, whatever title you're holding in life. You could be the one that is initiating that communication. You could also be one that is on the internet on an everyday level. Daily routines, daily work and employment, your lifestyle being surrounded by technology, okay, and implemented with speaking and communication in that 10th house, and you will be known for that person that is the communicator or speaker, okay. You could actually be involved in many things because Gemini is ambidextrous, deals with tools, deals with working with your hands, also deals with juggling things. And it could be that you get 2 jobs. And it could be also that you're juggling helping a father's health and working. Or it can be a mother's health and working. This could also be being affiliated with an association, group, club, and affiliation, right? An association that deals with health, facilitated to fathers and mothers. And here in America, we have what you call a caregiver program that you can sign up for and take care of your parents and get paid for it rather than hiring someone else. And there are other things that go along with that, but that could be an example of what you're doing. This could be also with Gemini activated. Gemini, it deals with those aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, siblings. And this could be a time to where you're taking care of them, or this could be a time to where you're joining them with their venture and their goal. Okay, and your daily routine is changing because of that. Short distance travel is associated with Gemini, and you may, instead of having to travel a long distance for work, find work closer to home. Does that make any sense? And therefore, there's short distance travel there. Or you're moving, and therefore there's short distance travel to that work rather than commuting. Okay. Okay, so I want to look at the 3rd house. The 3rd house is ruled by Gemini in astrology. Okay, and we have Pluto activated, so it's activating Scorpio. It is the ruler over Scorpio. And this is transformation of the 3rd, right? Pretty much. With Scorpio activated, we're talking about, you can associate Scorpio with that 8th house. Okay, I'll circle it so you can see. You can associate Scorpio with that 8th house because Scorpio rules the 8th house in astrology. Also, Scorpio is ruled by Mars, so you have a double whammy with Aries energy. Okay, and we have planets in Aries, of course. I have videos in my playlist if you want to know about Saturn being in Aries and Neptune being in Aries, right? It's very important to remember the whole outlook on what's going on with the transits rather than this one transit. Okay, so you're putting it all together. So the third house with Scorpio being the ruler over the 8th, is dealing with shared resources, hidden knowledge, taboo topics, esoteric knowledge, could be astrology or tarot. Okay, this could also be loans, banking loans, mortgage loans. It could be divorces, soulmates merging together, crisis, legal matters, debts, taxes, government, and grants, inheritance, death and rebirth is Scorpio. Also, long-term finances, investments, transformation in your psyche, right? And it's in that third house, the Geminian house. And I'll repeat it if you would like me to repeat it, because, I mean, it's a lot of things, but it's mainly communication that is associated with that shared resource or inheritance or whatever is coming to you next. Does that make any sense to invite that transformation? This could be that, let me go over the third house so you know what it is again. The environment you grew up in, your local environment, communication, vehicles, tools, ambidextrous, using your hands, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, media, writing, moving, movement, short distance travel, small education, certificates, licenses, permits, visas, ideas and documents, your mindset. Okay, so we're going to connect that Pluto with the third. It's really more like a trine. So I'm going to go 10, 6, and third house. So communication being transformed. This allows you to gain shared resources of some sort. And shared resources is what it is. It's shared resources. Resources of another. It could be another such as a job resource, right? It could be another as a partner's resource. It could be another as an organization resource, such as a bank, or such as just another person. So say that you're getting cash apped, right? So this is that transformation that's happening here. And it's associated with your daily lifestyle, routine, your health, okay? So this could look like you have a hustle on the side, and that's what you're doing, you know, for your work, your title, that 10th house. This could also look like there is another person that's being involved here that's helping you gain something, okay? That another person is facilitating an investment toward your goal, or an angel investor, if you would. This could mean that you get communication upon something coming to you, such as money, such as any type of shared resource, tool, vehicle, something of that nature that's coming to you that facilitates that upgrade within your work environment or what you're doing on a daily. This could also mean there's an inheritance coming to you, okay? And that facilitates that transformation in all ways of your relationships, of your work environment, of where you're living at, the status you're holding within your world, your lifestyle, all of that changes because that inheritance comes in. There could be communication because Scorpio is death and rebirth. There could be communication either about someone having a baby or someone passing. And it changes everything for you. Yes, inheritance could follow that, right? With that passing. But it would change your mindset. There is a psychological change that is happening within you to push you on that corrected pathway, because there's many ways that you could go, right? So this is to correct you on that pathway, to facilitate you on the right trajectory that you need to be on, that your soul is calling you toward. This could mean that you become a public speaker. You become a person that is a salesperson or a tradesperson or a person in advertising. These things can also have that implemented transformation that happens, such as you put an advertisements out and you're getting more clients, more views, whatever. This could mean that there is some type of communication about an investment paying out, and that changes your lifestyle. Okay. 8th house. Let's look at the 8th house, because 8th house is that Scorpio meaning of shared resources and other people's resources, investments. It can be astrology, tarot. It can be your psyche and transformation of that psyche. Your power is coming back to you with Aries activation, and we have those 2 outer planets that are associated with this. I want you also to remember, again, I'm going to say it again, that there are videos within my playlist about Saturn and Neptune being in Aries, and it's a must watch whenever it comes to your identity, because your identity is going to change. Aries is associated with your identity, okay? And the way that people see you. This is where the world views you, right? You have 2 places to where the world views you. That's your 1st house and that's your 10th house. Aries rules that first, okay? And the 10th house is how they're taking in you. So you could be a person, a communicative person, uses their voice to change things within their environment. And it doesn't matter how that's used. It could be hospitality. It could be doing what I'm doing, right, on YouTube. It could be in a psychological stance. It could be just to uplift others, to view their power, because power is in that 10th house, right? It could also be maybe you're a little bit more critical than others, but it's to help others. Does that make any sense? And that could be a way of transformation of how to speak to other people in a manner to where they can articulate or understand what you're trying to tell them in regards to not necessarily criticizing them, but constructive criticism. Does that make any sense? So this is where Saturn is coming in. Saturn is the authority of the planets. It is the planet that is making you a leader. It is the planet that is saying, hey, this is where we are transiting for the next 3 years for you to understand, learn, and take leadership over shared resources, transformation of your psychological being. This is where you take leadership over finding ways to get loans or finding ways to get grants, government, taxes, situations of whatever is needed for you to implement that foundation. Because next, we're going to go into a much easier house, but you have to do the hard work first, right? To take leadership over the nitty gritty to get done, so that whenever Saturn goes into the 9th, it can take its time with vacations, enjoying life with your belief system and philosophy, and just being within. Does that make any sense? So Saturn being here with your identity is changing it to where you're either going to gain an inheritance, you're either going to gain a new type of psychological being, seeing yourself differently, a healthier way, gaining your power back. Saturn is also going to implement things happening around you, such as death and rebirth of things, so that you can fix whatever is necessary for you to have peace and harmony coming back into your life and taking that power back and that leadership back in this house of the 8th house. The 8th house is also, like I said, investments and long-term finances. So it's getting you financially ready for what's next, whether that be work, because it can change work. It can implement you to where you figure out how to make money without the job that you're doing. Or it can implement you to where you're taking leadership over your finances and figuring out how to budget. Getting loans, mortgages could be a thing to where it makes you the title holder over mortgages so that you can change that identity of your power to where maybe you thought that you could never have a home, right? And that's a confidence booster. Aries is confidence and the warrior-like figure that perseveres through anything that is necessary to pioneer to that new identity. Okay, so this is where you're changing the way you are, right? Whether that's psychologically or in the physical. You are going to become that leader. You are going to become Sagittarian, the Saturn, to where you take lead into what is necessary to get through what is necessary. Okay? 8th house is also, like I said, soulmates and divorces. It could be either. And this could be where you meet your soulmate, or it could be where you're getting divorced. It depends on the person. It doesn't necessarily have to happen. Does that make any sense in the relationship sector? This could just mean that you're changing your identity through finances. Okay? Saturn will be here for 3 years. That's not a very long time compared to Uranus and Gemini of changing your status and your power and where you're working, right? So keep that in mind that this will happen quickly rather than a slow moving, because Saturn is slow moving, but it's not going to be as slow because it's in Aries. Does that make any sense? It's more grounded, I guess you would say, in regards to changing something initially and completely, because transformation is in this house, this 8th house, and is connected with the 3rd, okay, because Scorpio is there. So the way you speak to yourself, the way you speak to other people is going to change. Communication is going to come in that's going to be transformative, right? It could mean that, like I said earlier, that you're moving and gaining a mortgage and you're becoming a homeowner. That is a possibility. Leaving the neighborhood you grew up in or going back to it. It could do either. Now, Neptune is here too in Aries, and Neptune has a way of creating illusions and disillusions. It can also provide that dream state for you and give you visions in regards to those dreams, like a download, if you would, or a premonition that you have, and you dream about it, and therefore you're following your intuition. This is the time to follow your intuition with Neptune and Aries, because this is a more potent area. This is you, your identity, what you should be and how you should be, the trajectory to be on, right? And it could be that this facilitation opens you up to a different way of being, to a different way of living, to a more manifested way of being, or like you're using manifestation for those finances, or you're letting things happen the way they should to play out to the way they should. Or this could be a situation where there's a transformation within your psyche about your goals and what you want for yourself. Because you will get that power back with this Uranus happening in your 10th house. It will happen.
And one day you could wake up and not give a you know what anymore. Okay? I'm just saying, because that can happen with Uranus transits. And especially if you're around 42, 43, 44, because you're having that Uranus opposition. Okay? And with Uranus opposition, it's like a midlife crisis, and you're ready to do something about it. So that could be a time, you know, that's happening to you. Or if you're 84, you're having your Uranus return. Okay? And that's where you're implementing those changes. And you're figuring out, well, life is the way that it is. Not necessarily worrying as much about situations anymore, or something completely changes with your Uranus return to make you not worry anymore. Does that make any sense? So with Uranus in that 10th house, it will change everything for you because it's at the apex at the top. And it will square the 7th, the 1st, and the 4th. And this is your identity, where you're living your home life, your emotional body, the 4th. The 7th, your relationships, how you relate, business associations, and clients. Okay? And squares are mainly a challenge to implement change. Okay? These things will change. The way that you process information about those things will change. It can be literal, though. It can be literal, such as the way you think about a Virgo changes, or the way that you think about a Sagittarius changes, or the way that you think about a Pisces changes. It can be that way. It can be their communication that implements that change, right? But to help you understand, this is a grand cross, right, of change that's happening. So be prepared of whatever comes, you know, is for a good reason. Is to help you see things more clearly, is to help you implement the changes that are needed and live a different life. Thank you, Virgo, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Libra. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini that's happening in your 9th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so that 9th house, it deals with long-distance travel, other cultures, religion, belief systems, the narrative that you have inside of yourself, okay? That tells you, this is what I believe. Skills and learning abilities, the bigger picture is here. Teachers, preachers, and gurus. In-laws, grandchildren, grandparents, higher education, media, legal cases, publishing. This can be freedom, opportunities. This is also the house of blessings. And politics is here. Okay, so with Gemini activated with Uranus, Uranus is shocking changes. Uranus is chaotic changes. Uranus can be awakenings. They call it the Great Awakener, right? And with this activation, it can mean that you're awakening to the fact of. And it could be a blessing in disguise that you're awakening to. Or it could be that with Gemini activated, being communication, public speaking, using your hands, tools, vehicles, gadgets, laptops, education, small education, certificates, licenses, visas, permits, things of that nature. Maybe you're awakening to getting something that's tangible, such as
a certificate to do something, a license to do something, a permit to do something. It could be changes to those things, of course, that implements you to a different type of belief system on whether or not you want to continue in regards to the trajectory that you're on. Same thing with your mindset, right? A teacher, preacher, or guru could come in your life and you could be listening to them and they change how you're thinking, that narrative that you have inside. I do want to remind you, in my playlist, I do have healing techniques in my playlist, right? If you want to take a look at that. It can change your mind processing. With Uranus activated, Uranus has a way of innovative thinking, of putting you in a different spot objectively so that you can see the bigger picture in the 9th house. So it can also place you within that bigger picture. Does that make any sense? So say that you had a dream of doing what have you, and then all of a sudden that dream is coming true because opportunities, blessings, and freedom is in the 9th. And this could be a time to where that's gained. Okay? You could be freed from whatever narrative that you've been telling yourself this far. And it could be from the teacher, preacher, or guru, or it could be that situation of whatever narrative that you've been telling yourself in regards to other people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors are associated with Gemini. And it could be something that you're looking at differently with them. Gemini is also ideas and documents and things of that nature. And it could mean that you're deciding that you want to be in politics, or you're deciding to become that teacher, preacher, or guru. Communication is Gemini, and public speaking is Gemini. And it could be that you have the opportunity to do so somewhere. It could be over the internet. It could be that you have a belief system that you want to share over the internet, right? With the 9th house activated, with in-laws, grandchildren, and grandparents, this could be changes that are happening with them. Instant changes. Could be chaotic changes, but it's to help you with your belief system in general of where you want to be. Moving and movement is associated with Gemini, and it could mean that they're moving somewhere, or it could be that you're moving somewhere for that opportunity, that grand opportunity that's associated with the bigger picture. Grandchildren could also be born under this transit. Grandparents could, pass away, or you could become a grandparent. That is a possibility. In-laws, same thing. You could become an in-law, or in-laws could pass away during this time. And that opens up a different type of belief system for you, or some type of opportunity. Maybe there's an inheritance attached to that situation. And I say these things because we have Aquarius activated with Uranus. Uranus is the ruler over Aquarius in astrology. And that's in your 5th house. Aquarius right now is dealing with that Pluto transit, and Pluto will be there for the next 21 years, okay? Pluto is transformation and it's rebirth. It can change everything for you, and it wants to change that 5th house. It wants to change the 5th house of your love life, your enjoyment, joy, hope, and optimism is here. Your children's life. Having a child is a thing with Pluto activated within the 5th. Also, not just a baby, but also a baby of creativity. It wants to change things to where you understand what you're capable of and your God-given talent and your passion is capable of doing, right? There is an activation here with Pluto because Aquarius is activated with Uranus, and it will connect each other to each other. So this could be a situation of you changing your love life. You guys could be getting more religious, or there could be a belief system that's changed within that love, that you are capable of holding love and giving love and enjoying love, or enjoying life again. I do want to say too that Aquarius is associated with your goals, wishes, and your hopes and dreams. It's also associated with networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations, communities, friendships of long distance, older siblings is here, socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. Technology is activated with Aquarius. So this could mean that you're understanding that your God-given talent is speaking. And you could be learning about speaking. You could be changing into the person that speaks. And that is their God-given talent within groups, clubs, and affiliations. It could be that you are associating yourself with a motivational speaker that changes you to have fun again. And you are joining their club, group, or affiliation. That you're finding your soul tribe could happen here, right? Because opportunities is associated with that 9th house. This could be that you're moving. You're moving to a longer distance, which is 9th house. And it could be with a friend. And you're creating your own kind of tribal group, or you're creating your own society, or you're getting intertwined with their groups, clubs, and affiliations, or that is a dream that you have to move in with a friend, or closer to a friend that is further away. This could also be with Aquarius activated, because Aquarius deals with your goals, and one of your goals could mean that you need to implement tools, or you use tools for that God-given talent that you have. Okay? That could look like anything. It could be that you're a tarot reader. It could be that you're an astrologer, or you are a person that works with their hands, and you're getting affiliated with other people that do the same thing, or you're finding the right people to associate yourself with that helps you push out that God-given talent, and they see you for who you are. Okay, transformation happening within the 5th. Like I said earlier, it could mean that there is changes that are happening within your child's life, that they could be having a child, you're becoming a grandparent, or you're becoming an in-law because your child is getting married. Or this could mean that you yourself, right, are getting married with that love associated in the 5th, transformation of that love, and your belief system about love is changing because there are things that are associated with marriage. It's not just, the highlight of marriage. It is associated with marriage as unconditional love, right? Let me see if there's anything else here I can tell you. Celebrity, popularity, and recognition status is activated. This could mean that you're going viral on the internet. This could also mean that you're becoming an author, right? Writing is Gemini, 9th house is publishing, and your creative endeavor is in the 5th. So this could mean that you're becoming an author and popular with that book. This could also mean that you're getting into politics, And you are highlighted. You are the person that is the celebrity, popularity, and recognition over that political stance. With the 5th house activated with Pluto, I do want to say too that friends will come and go. Okay? With Pluto there. Friendships is the 5th house. And friendships and belief systems surrounding friendships and the way that you're seeing them processing information, it doesn't necessarily have to end. It can just transform to something more. Something more as maybe a lover. Maybe that friend is becoming your lover. Or this could be transforming friendships in a way of moving to their community. Right, like I said earlier. I'm seeing if there's anything else here I can tell you in regards to that 5th house, because your talent is there, and talents will come out with this Uranian transit. It's going to transit for 7 years, okay? It changes things for you within the 9th. So your talent could be associated with Gemini and things. It could be that it deals with your speaking, or it deals with communication to other people. Salesmen, tradesmen is Gemini. Advertising is Gemini. Dealing with the internet is Gemini, right? Dealing with media, dealing with writing of any type. Dealing socially is Gemini, and sociability is also in that 5th house with those groups, clubs, and affiliations. So you will be a social butterfly, right? Oh goodness. There may be times where you decide that you want to go internal, right? When one of the planets goes retrograde and you need a time out, but you will be doing things a lot, whether it is with your hands speaking or processing information in such a way. So it is a beautiful thing. I think this is a beautiful transit for you personally, but we're going to take a look at a few more things here of how this Uranus is going to affect other areas of your life, because we have that Aquarius activated, yes, with clubs, groups, and affiliations, but because Pluto is there and activated, it's looking at the Pluto areas in your chart, which are Scorpionic areas. Okay, so Scorpio rules that 8th house, and it also in your chart is set in the 2nd. So we're dealing with money, right? Changes to transformation of money. And it could be transformation of using other people's resources, getting loans, getting a mortgage. Of course, I said that it is a possibility that you could be moving, right? But it could also be investing in something. Payouts of investments could happen. That changes things for you. This could be that transformation of love, that you found your soulmate, because we have 8th house activated. And because a lot of people don't know the houses, I go over the houses. So 8th house is crisis, legal matters, soulmates, divorces, other people's resources, debts, taxes, government, and grants, banking. This could be intimacy, deep intimacy, okay? Like deep bonding sex. Hidden knowledge, taboo topics, inheritance is here. Investments, long-term finance, death and rebirth, transformation in your psyche. And all of this is in Taurus, right? Taurus has an association with love. It also deals with farming and agriculture. It also deals with homes. It deals with crystals, Venusian things that are beautiful, making things beautiful, bringing things into harmony and balance. Okay, that is definitely you, Libra, right? Bringing things into harmony and balance. So with this activation, it's telling me that you're going to have some type of transformation in those things, or it is the fact of you enjoying life again, the transformation of beauty of your life that's happening with other people, because it is a shared resource house. That could be in love, that could be in relationships in general, that could be, like I said, homes and money. Finding shared resources, changes to shared resources, getting shared resources, using shared resources, okay? Now, second house, it deals with your self-worth and confidence. It also deals with your value, how you bring value into the world, what you value, the material things that you value. The second house is also food and your face, anything that's located on your face, eyes, nose, mouth, teeth, ears, what have you, right? So transformation of your self-worth and confidence, mainly because you are getting self-worth and confidence too because of that transformation of love. Because a lot of times love can make you feel more confident, right? Now, I'm not saying that everybody is going to find love. I am saying that you're going to find some type of love, whether that is for yourself or for another, okay? Or loving yourself enough to get out of a toxic relationship, or loving yourself enough to say yes to a relationship. So it really depends on the person, right? But confidence is coming back to you and self-worth. This is also a transformation of your individual income. That could look like anything. That could look like you get that side hustle, you're on it, right? Or it could mean that there's a transformation of your individual income that is associated with that Scorpio house, the 8th house. And that could mean that you get an inheritance, or you get a payout of shared resource like long-term finance or some type of investment that you have. This could mean that you are investing, or you are paying off debt, or you are getting a mortgage, so adding more debt, right? So, I mean, it really depends on the person. But there is a transformation of that individual income. This could be that you're making money on farming or agriculture, or, you know, anything of that nature. This could also mean that the other person, the relationship, because they're coming into your life, that they're the ones bringing in more money. Right? So a gain of some sort because of that relationship. I want to look at your 7th house. Let me grab a pen here. So I'm taking a look at Aries energy because it is activated with the outer planets, okay? Because of Saturn being there. Saturn is also another ruler over Aquarius, right? That 5th house. And Neptune is there in Aries. These are other planets, outer planets that are transiting here. One, Saturn is for 3 years. Neptune is for 14. Okay, that's a long time. 7 years is Uranus. So you'll have that flavor of both Saturn and Neptune within this Uranus transit, dealing with your relationships and changes to your identity. Everyone is having changes to their identity with Saturn and Neptune in Aries. And in your chart, it's with relationships and how you relate to other people and business associations and also clients. Okay? Maybe even therapy. Or you becoming that therapist. It really depends on, right? Now, 7th house is, I'm going to go over it so you know, marriage partners, alliances, commitments, agreements, collaborations with others, contracts, business associations, that one-on-one relationship that you have in your life, whether that is a boyfriend, girlfriend, or friend. Okay? They're very close. It's not the ones that are acquaintances. This is the ones that are very close. Even though they may feel like they're detached from you because, you know, you are a Libra. And a lot of Libras, they like to take charge over their relationships because they want to bring in that balance and harmony and love. Okay? But it is dealing with that first house of your identity, of the way that other people see you, your physical appearance is here, okay, in that first house. How you govern yourself and your self-autonomy. So, with this activation, connections with this Uranus, belief about love is changing in relationships. This is also associated with a change of identity because of a relationship, whether you are getting married, dating a friend, letting go of a friend, right? It really depends on the person. But balance and harmony is coming back into your life. There is the first house being Libra in your chart. There is this association with justice with Libra. And justice is coming in with this Uranian energy. If it hasn't thus far with other places that Uranus has hit in your chart because of planets, right? But justice is coming in with showing you the truth and showing you how you think in regards to that relationship that you have. And it can change overnight. Business associations can happen with opportunities for you to bring in more love and harmony within your life. This can also be clients associated with that 7th, showing you how to be a leader, pushing you toward having confidence with what you're doing in life, okay? It can also be a business association that you have with another person. Because Saturn is activated, it could be a person that's older, or it could be a Sagittarian person, such as Capricorn, right? A Capricorn person. Work associated here. Work being activated with that 7th would bring in more clients at work and make you a leader and upgrade you within that facility. Okay? It could be also, like I said, that hustle that you might get into. That it's showing you your identity, and it's also connected with that talent that you have, because this is all connected, okay? So you could see that God-given talent that you have, and changes are happening because of it. 7 years is a long time. Uranus will show you what you're made of. It will change the belief system that you have about yourself and other people. It will put you with the right people. It might make chaotic changes to bring in balance and harmony within that situation. Okay? Because that first house is activated with Libra. But a new you is coming to light. A new person that relates to people in a different manner. That shows them that you are capable. Whether that's a marriage, a friendship, a business association, it doesn't matter. Work, Neptune being in Aries also, I wanted to tell you, can bring in visions and can bring in opportunities for that trajectory that you want to be on. Neptune is the planet of illusion and disillusion also. And it can put up its walls of illusion to not tell you the whole truth so that you continue on doing what is necessary. And then all of a sudden you see the truth, and because you didn't see it so long or thus far, it could act out as anger to make that change. Because that is Aries. Aries is anger, right? But that's because God, Source, Universe knows that there's no way that you would leave that situation unless you were so angry to do so, right? So there is a possibility of situations changing in that way to make it change, or it could be pushing you to the right trajectory of creating relationships with people and relating to people in a different manner, right? And they see you a different way. It's changing who you are, but it's connected to that narrative that you tell yourself, that ninth house, and it's connected to the belief system that you believed thus far, okay? And I think that might be it, Libra. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Scorpio. Hope you're doing well today. This is for Scorpio Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini happening in your 8th house. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. So the 8th house is crisis, soulmates merging together, legal matters, divorces, other people's resources, debts, taxes, government grants, healing of fears, and healing of phobias. It is your psyche that is here. Transformation is also activated whenever the 8th house is. Inheritance, death, and rebirth. Hidden knowledge, taboo topics such as astrology, tarot, esoteric knowledge. This is where Kundalini awakenings happen. This is also loans, banking loans, mortgage loans associated with the 8th. Long-term finances and investments are activated here. Uranus can bring in shocking changes that happen to push you upon that trajectory you need to be on. Uranus can make you detach from situations that no longer serve you to place you in a stance of going toward the path that you need to be on. Uranus can also innovate you. It can upgrade you. It can give you innovative ideas in regards to what to do next. It can have this Aquarian effect of lightning striking you, such as that Kundalini awakening that could happen. They do call Uranus the Great Awakener, and it could be that you have this Kundalini awakening happening within your nervous system. Opens up all chakras, and it feels like a lightning strike, right? If this happens to you, you are being asked to disassociate from it, to let it happen, because it's Aquarian energy. So detach yourself from it happening so that you can go through, rather being stuck in any type of emotions, deep emotions, intense emotions that you've been feeling thus far. Because Scorpio, you rule that 8th house, okay, in astrology. And because you rule it, you will feel it on a higher level than some with that 8th house activation. The Geminian effect here is communication, that happens. Communication to yourself, to other people, communication coming in regards to those changes of your financial stance, maybe shared resources with another, maybe communication coming from another, or communication to another in regards to you found your soulmate, or in regards to a divorce, separation. This could also be Gemini being activated. Gemini is a lot of things, so I'm going to go over it. Gemini is not only communication in your mindset, but it's aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, and siblings that could have some type of transformation that has an effect on your identity. That could look like inheritance. That could look like shared resources of some type, like sharing a home. Sharing a home, or getting a loan together, or coming together within some type of community of sort. Okay? Gemini is moving a movement of your body, moving in a physical stance, such as moving homes. This is also associated with your local environment and your neighborhood and community that you're in. Okay? And there could be transformation of you either leaving that or going toward it. It really depends on the person and what you want out of life. But Uranus can come in and change things to place you in that position. Gemini is also small education certificates. It is licenses and permits and visas. And there could be associations with government in regards to those things, or you're getting some type of license in a trade that helps you facilitate shared resources. This could also be that a license changes your life, okay? It changes the trajectory of your life, like you're getting your driver's license, or CDL license, or you're getting licensed to build something, right? It really depends on the person. Or you're using other people's licenses and working under their license or permits, okay? Now, 8th house associated with Gemini, media and writing is Gemini. And this could look like you are transforming your identity on media, that you're becoming a person that uses shared resources over the internet, or you're becoming a writer of some sort, okay? Like an underwriter or a broker, or someone that deals with insurance. Writing, communication of any type is associated with Gemini. You could be the one that writes up the documents, right? 3rd house is associated with Gemini, okay? So 3rd house being in Capricorn. Third house is all of those things I just said. The environment you grew up in, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, vehicles, tools, using your hands, ambidextrous, writing, moving and movement, media, skills and learning abilities, tradesmen, salesmen, advertising, small education and certificates. This is short-term perception. So short-term learning, right? Processing information. Teachers, speakers, public speakers is associated with this 3rd. And this could be a time to where Uranus is changing that identity to become a teacher, or to work as a teacher, to work as a salesman, a tradesman, being in advertising, being an underwriter. It could be that you're working with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings. It could also be a situation of communication about that status changing, because Capricorn is associated with the 10th, so it has that definition of your status: single to married, married to single, your legacy, your professional life, work. It's also associated with fathers, okay? Fathers could, or the mother that wears the pants in the family if you don't have a father, right? They could have some type of transformation happening for them. And that's where the communication comes in and changes your trajectory. It changes your identity in some way, shape, or form, okay? They could be involved with some type of legal case with you, or some type of legality, if you would, that they could help you with that, take charge with that with you. Like I said, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings could have an effect on this Uranian aspect in your 8th of inheritance or shared resources, sharing a home. Shared resources can be anything. It could be money. It can be tools. It could be homes. It could be vehicles. It could be anything. And this is a shocking change, or a change that is happening to change your identity. Is changing your the way you lead yourself out into the world and the way that other people see you. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. Your work facilitation can change because of those shared resources. And I've said that before, but I'm going to say it again. It could mean that you're working on media with maybe astrology, tarot, helping other people awaken, or this is where you find that awakening, okay? I'm going to move on because I'm running out of definitions. But I do want to show you that because the 3rd house is activated with Capricorn, Saturn is activated. Saturn, it rules Capricorn in astrology. Okay. And the 6th house is activated with this. So the 6th house is your lifestyle, health, your daily routine, daily work, and employment. It can be pets, okay? 6th house is servicing others, organization, and self-mastery. So there could be something that you're learning how to. It could be something that deals with the 8th house. The 8th house also involves transformation of your psyche. And there could be something within your psyche that is changing to place you back into the power that is needed for you, Scorpio. That you're gaining your power back. It can also be loss of power, by the way, with authority figures. And you're having to use shared resources in some aspect with another to gain that power back. Uranian energy is bringing in ideas on how to, okay? So you're going to learn how to use government taxes, shared resources, grants. You're going to learn how to facilitate banking and loans within your world, okay? You're going to learn, maybe that's a job that you have as a broker, a banking broker, or insurance. Doesn't have to be a certain type of insurance. It could be any type of insurance, because 8th house is insurance. 8th house can also be investing in long-term finances, and this could mean that you're learning how to, or you're helping others with day trading of some sort, or You're helping others invest in something else. But Uranus is bringing in communication to that identity that's associated with the 6 of a new lifestyle that you're coming to. There's a transformation of that lifestyle to help you with that identity. This could mean that your health is getting better, that you are exercising more. This could also mean that it's time for you to move away from a toxic situation. Okay? And that creates a new lifestyle for you and a new daily routine, daily work maybe, depending on the person. This could mean that because Gemini is moving a movement, but it's the short distance travel, that there's a transformation in your work because of you not necessarily having to commute in a long distance. This could also mean that going back to the 6th house of service to others, that you're changing the way you service others. Okay? It could be that you're taking care of someone. It could also mean that there is boundaries being put up on how you service others. Okay? If you don't have a job right now, this could mean that you get one, because communication is activated and it's associated with the 3rd house. And Capricorn being activated is jobs, and then Saturn is in your 6th, saying that your daily routine and daily work and employment, maybe even co-workers, they're changing. And it's time for you to take the lead over that 6th house. If you don't know about Saturn and Aries, I do have videos in my playlist about Saturn in Aries, transiting in Aries. Also, Neptune is there. Neptune will be there for the next 14 years. And Neptune is bringing in a different trajectory of your lifestyle, taking the lead within your lifestyle, changing your identity of your lifestyle. And it's for the better, okay? Even if it deals with health, it's changing your health situation, okay? I'm seeing if I can tell you anything else here with Aries associated with the 6th house, because it can mean that, you know, the things that you're going through on a daily, they're not easy. Aries being there can give you this warrior persona within the 6th, that you have to work on certain things within your lifestyle to make it through the day. It can also be associated with the head and certain things that could be happening with fears and phobias, because you have that 8th house activated with fears and phobias and death and rebirth and things of that nature, that your head, the way that you think and the way that you process that mindset and information coming in and out, that has to change, okay? Because your thoughts is what is making you either healthy or unhealthy. Your thoughts are what make you feel like you're dragging or energetic during the day. The way that you speak transforms other people. And this is something that Scorpios, they don't necessarily realize how much their words have girth with others. You transform other people's psyche. You have a way of showing people an intense way of being. Does that make any sense? Let me explain it better so that you can understand or articulate what I'm trying to say. You bring people instead of in the present that they're just, doing their everyday, in the present. You bring people all the way down to the depths of the waters to show them the emotions that are really felt rather than the surface level emotions. And that can be scary for others. And this is a time to where you're going to see that communication making a change. And it could have an effect on your identity of the way that other people see you and the way you see yourself. And it could have an effect on whether or not you want that situation to continue or the way that you speak to continue. Okay? Now, other people can do this to you. They can, because Uranus is a great awakener, and they could show you what is hidden that awakens you to the fact of whether or not you should keep that job, keep that relationship, continue on doing what you've been doing thus far. It could have a change. But on a psychological standpoint, because your psyche is activated with that 8th, with Gemini, with Uranus, there is going to be a change of the way that you process information. There's going to be a change of the way that you have a perspective. It's the short-term perspective. It's not a philosophy. It's the way you've been seeing things thus far with the 8th house, okay, and yourself. And the 8th house being shared resources and, using other people's resources. It could all be connected with some type of home situation or emotional body. And I'm saying this because Uranus, it rules over Aquarius. And Aquarius is in your 4th house. The 4th house, it deals with your emotional body. It deals with your home, your family, your motherhood, and mother figures. It also deals with ancestral lineages, okay? With the 4th house activated, it also has Pluto inside of it transiting for the next 21 years, right? So there's transformation of where you're living at. There's transformation of maybe your mother's life. There's transformation of you being a mother, maybe becoming a mother. There is transformation of your emotional body. And it's going to hit home during this transit because it is activated, the 4th house. I'm going to highlight it with the 8th here. This could mean that your mother is moving in with you. This could also mean that you're moving in with your mother. This could also mean a transformation of community groups, clubs, associations that you have is happening because of your psyche and that awakening that you have. And it could mean that you're trying to find other people that understand and see things the way that you do. That gives you that sense of belonging or soul tribe, if you would. Your goals are activated with Aquarius. Wishes, hopes, and dreams are activated with Aquarius, okay? And there could be a transformation of that happening to you due to some type of inheritance that happens, a payment of an investment or finance, maybe even you need a type of loan of some sort to do things that is necessary for your goals, and you get approved during this time, right? It could be that your mother is doing this, that they are getting approved for some type of mortgage or loan or something like that. This could also be Fourth house is property, and that you're looking for property around the area that either you live in or the community situated with where you are or where you want to be, okay? And you get approved for that property, or you're buying that property during this Uranian transit. Fourth house has a lot to do with ancestral lineages. This could be the awakening that you have a talent that is in regards to the taboo, the occult, astrology and tarot, okay? And therefore, you're changing your identity and becoming that person that can teach or help others with that. Or you're the one that is giving readings of sort, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I think that might be about it, Scorpio. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Sagittarius. This is for Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus and Gemini happening in your 7th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Uranus, it transits for 7 years, so this is a 7-year long transit in Gemini. So many of the things that I'm about to say is going to take time, okay? But the first degrees of Gemini is the activation of this Uranus, and the last degrees of this Gemini transit, or this Uranus transit, is going to be the most potent, okay? So the 7th house being activated, we're talking about other people, relating to other people, business associations, your spouse, your significant other, your friendships that are significant to you. This would be the one-on-one relationships that you have that are very close rather than the ones that are acquaintances, okay? Collaborations, agreements, contracts, leases, things of that nature are here. Therapy, clients are also associated with the 7th house. Changes with Uranus could be chaotic changes. It could also be quick changes. These changes are coming in to liberate and free you from situations that have been happening within that 7th. This is also associated with detachment. Uranus can make you wake up one morning and detach from your association with another. And those emotions that are followed by that won't necessarily interfere with the actions that are taken. Okay? So, changes in relationships, relating to other people, clients, getting more clients, could be clients off the internet, groups, clubs, and affiliations. It could also be business associations that deal with your goals. It could be associations, agreements, collaborations with other people that deal with the internet. Collaborating, such as getting partners on the internet. It could also be a situation of finding love on the internet, okay? And I say that lightly, that your friends, such as, you know, you have these close friends, but they're also Facebook friends, they could be having changes that you find out over the internet. Communication is activated with Gemini. Gemini, it deals with your mindset, communication to others, communication to yourself, and communication coming in. Documents, ideas are associated with Gemini. Gemini is also mini. It is the twins. So say that you have a business association with someone or a business partnership, and then you get another. Okay. Also, many clients. Okay. This could be juggling situations of two relationships that you have. This could also be in Gemini. Gemini is vehicles, tools, gadgets, laptops. It is ambidextrous, using your hands. So this could mean that you have some type of collaboration with another on working on something for somebody. This could also be that you're getting a tool for that business, or you're getting a vehicle for that business. A client could be giving you a vehicle, a friendship of some sort. They could be giving you a vehicle of some sort. That business association could have some type of collaboration with that tool or with that vehicle, such as you have a fleet, right? Or you have a business that's associated with being mobile, okay? Or shipping, or something of that nature. Gemini is the salesman, the tradesman, is the advertiser, okay? And this could mean that your friend is advertising for your business, or your partner is advertising for your business, or becoming a tradesman or salesman. Your partner or the person that is significant in your life, they have an impact on this change. So they could be a person that is a speaker, or a public speaker, or a person that is a writer, or a person that's on media, or a person, like I said, a tradesman, a salesman, or an advertiser, someone that deals with selling vehicles, or someone that deals with selling phones, or something of that nature. They could be the person that implements this change within the relationship, okay? They could be the ones that are gaining more business, more clients, more collaborations with other people, even putting their name on the lease of, and you fill in the blank, right? They could be the ones that acquire the lease, if you would, okay? There is an association with Aquarius happening because of Uranus. Uranus, it rules over Aquarius, and the third house is activated. I want to remind you that the third house is also affiliated with Gemini in astrology. It rules it. It rules the third house in astrology. So Aquarius is clubs, groups, and affiliations. It is your goals, your hopes, dreams, and wishes. It is events that happen more than 3 people, okay? This is also Aquarius being the internet. Aquarius is technology, all right? Aquarius can be friends of long distance and older siblings. And Gemini is aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. Okay? So there could be communication in regards to a relationship of them that changes you. There could be communication in regards to a business association with them and changes you. You could be in business with those people, okay? You could be in business with those people that are of long distance, the friends of long distance, acquaintances. You could be in business with older siblings, or this is just communication that's happening that is preceding a transformation. And I say that because Pluto is here in Aquarius, activating with Uranus the change and the transformation that's happening. The transformation for you is included within the third, and this is transformation of maybe moving and movement. Maybe they're moving, or maybe you're moving. It could go either way. Maybe there is a partner that is moving out, or their partner is moving out. Okay. There could be changes within community that, because of those changes, it opens up a proposition for business, maybe even a property to lease, or it opens up a collaboration with another because of the changes that are happening within the community. Third house being activated, being communication, could mean that you're at a celebration of some type, and that is where you're being proposed to, or you're at a group, club, or affiliation of the community, and that's where you're being proposed to. This could also be a hope, dream, or wish that's come true, and your partner is the one that communicates it to you. Okay? It could be some type of goal that you had together, maybe somewhere that you wanted to live, or this could be just you guys discussing some type of business proposition because someone got communication for that business, and it intertwines with the goals that you have. Transformation in the third house of your mindset too. Your mindset revolving around socializing and where you want to live, right? Your mindset revolving around the way that you communicate with yourself in regards to relationships. That is changing, okay? How you relate to other people and think and process information about it, that is changing, okay? It could be because of a therapist, right? A therapist could open up your mind. Uranus is the great awakener. So it could be that your mind is open to new relationships or how to work on that relationship in a different manner. I do want to, because of this Aquarian energy being activated, look at what Pluto rules. Pluto rules Scorpio. So we're going to take a look at Scorpio, okay? Scorpio is in that 12th house. Scorpio is transformation. Scorpio is also considered 8th house facilitations, okay, and that's shared resources. Scorpio can be inheritance and death and rebirth. It can be transformation of your psyche. It can be transformation in general. 12th house is transformation and endings. 12th house is awakenings. 12th house is prisons and hospitals. 12th house is insane asylums and habits and sabotaging, right? 12th house is spirituality, taboo topics, occult situations such as astrology and tarot, okay? And it has an association with the third. And this being said, is communication maybe is coming to you about an inheritance, or communication is coming to you about someone passing, or communication is coming to you, or you're the one that is the communication given to the public, because Aquarius is the public and is the masses, that you are the facilitator of occult knowledge. You are putting it out there to the public on the internet and to the media. You could also be a person that is awakened by these things, okay? Or your partner is awakened by these things, because we have that Uranian energy that's happening in the 7th house. This could change their way of processing information about relationships or about what needs to happen next, because they got some type of communication over the internet that is in result of maybe a tarot reading, an astrology reading, a past life reading. Mediumship is also activated. And that changes a lot of people if they've never gotten a medium before, and especially if it hits home or it feels truthful to them, that it changes the way that they process the information about the other person. Loss is also associated with the 12th. And there could be communication from another that is expressing about their loss and their grief. Okay? And it could be also just a transformation of their relationship that doesn't necessarily have to end, but endings and transformation is in the 12th. Okay, so this could be some type of either beginning of something or ending of something that's happening within another's relationship. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can tell you. Scorpio has a lot to do with shared resources, mortgages, loans. It deals with 8th house facilitations, grants, government, taxes. I'm trying to remember. Give me 1 second. Grants, government, taxes, divorces, other people's resources, soulmates merging together, legal matters, inheritance, investments, long-term finances, and Kundalini awakenings, okay? So, I mean, it's a lot that Scorpio holds. It's intense, it's secrets, it's down to the depths emotions. Okay, so all of these things could be communicated to you, that you are approved for a loan, or your partner is approved for a loan, or that an investment pays out, an inheritance is coming to you, or this could be taxes paying out. This could be long-term investments paying out, because chunky money, financials, the other person's money is here too. So it could be them that have this payout. I do apologize if you keep hearing a motorcycle because my neighbor just got a motorcycle and they keep riding it up and down the road. Anyway, so they're very excited. Very excited. Anyway, so yeah, so you could have communication from the other person telling you about their finances and their chunky money, and that transforms things for you, okay? Depending on your relationship to them, because the 7th house isn't the people that are further away. It's the people that you consider best friends, it's the people that you consider lovers and boyfriend, girlfriend, you know, partners and marriage partners, okay? And business associations. So there is an allowance here of a change for that business due to shared resources. Like you get a grant for that business, or you get a property, a mortgage loan, or a loan in general for that business. This could also be in terms of insurance, an insurance payout, okay, from a partner. It could even be an insurance payout from another person, or related to another person in some type of payment for a loss of some sort, okay? The 12th house in astrology is Pisces. So we're going to take a look at Pisces, okay? Pisces is in the 4th, and it's associated with the 12th, right, of that transformation. And the 4th house, it is mothers, motherhood, mother figures. It is the nurturing parent that's, you know, related to you. Also, it is also properties and homes and your emotional body and your sense of belonging, right? And this could be a time to where a mother is having a transition. They could be either, you know, the death and rebirth thing, or like having a baby, or transforming something in their lives, maybe their home, okay? This could be a transformation in regards to your home, or a partner moving out, or a friend moving. And they could be moving in with you, or you could be moving in with them. It really depends on the situation, because Gemini is moving and movement, right? This could be a situation in regards to buying a home and property, getting a mortgage, a loan situation. Shared resources. Whenever you live with someone, you know, you share the resources that you have. And in a marriage, in any type of relationship that is very close to you. But this could be a situation to where maybe those shared resources are coming by as an inheritance too. Fourth house is the past, okay? And there could be communication in regards to past situations that have happened, shared with a friend. You guys could be talking about loss. You guys could be talking about grief. You could also be talking about relationships, you know, and it could be with a spouse. And there's some type of awakening that happens. There's some type of idea that comes through, innovative idea, maybe about goals that you have together. This could also be, you know, what you thought was the past situations, and buried secrets come out about the situation, and it awakens you to the simple fact of what is going to change. Because Uranus has a way of implementing those changes within relationships by the awakening. Okay, so you're waking up to the fact of what you want, right? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. That might be about it, Sagittarius. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hi, Capricorn. I hope you're doing well today. This is for Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to take a look at this Uranus that's happening in Gemini in your 6th house. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 6th house, it has a lot to do with your health and daily routines, your daily work and employment. 6th house can be considered your lifestyle, service to others, organizing, detail orientation, your self-mastery. Your pets are here. Co-workers are here. Okay, so there are instant changes happening here. With Uranus, Uranus transits for 7 years. That's a long time, right? 7 years. At the beginning of Uranus transits is the most potent, and also the ending of the Uranus transit is the most potent, depending on your planets that you have associated in your chart and if it's hitting it, right? So this will be the most potent, this beginning of Uranian transit in Gemini, changing your lifestyle, your daily routine, your daily work and employment, your co-workers. And it could be that with Gemini activated that you have more, that there are many co-workers, or you have more than one work facilitation. This could mean that Uranus is changing your work facilitation. That could look like losing a job, gaining a job. It really depends on the person, right? Or the planets that are associated with these points. It could be that your lifestyle is changing with you being on media. Media is Gemini. Media, the internet, any type of technology, also tools of technology, that you're getting a new phone because the old one broke or it's not working correctly, or there's an upgrade for that phone or gadget, maybe even a tool. This could look like you getting a vehicle. This vehicle could be for work. It could be from work, right? They could be providing you a vehicle. A coworker could be getting a new vehicle, and this gives you the incentive to do something in your world, whether to buy the same or what have you, right? Gemini being activated deals with a lot of your processing information and your mindset, okay? And you could be working on this on a daily level, that you, Capricorn, have this notion of processing information through listening to something. It could be listening to YouTube or podcast. It could be listening to music. It could be that you're getting motivation to move or have some type of movement, such as exercise for your health. This could be some type of app that you're using to help with exercising. Changes are being made here. Changes, and shocking changes. The Great Awakener is here, Uranian energy. And it could be that you're awakening to the fact of you need to make movement in your life, or you need to move to have a new lifestyle, right? This could be a situation with Gemini being communication to yourself, to other people, communication from other people, okay? There could be communication coming from aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and siblings that changes your lifestyle or the trajectory of your life, right? They could implement changes within your work. They could be the ones that, you're working with. It could be that they're having changes within their life, and somehow it affects you, okay? They could be having changes with coworkers. Same with you. You could be having changes with coworkers. Short distance travel is Gemini. And this could be that you actually don't have to commute to work as much, that you're working within your neighborhood or local environment, or you have a shorter distance travel because of some type of vehicle that you have. This could mean also, because Gemini is licenses and it is permits and visas, that changes your lifestyle in some way, shape, or form. It could also be some type of document that comes in that changes things for you. I mean, it is a broad spectrum when it comes to Gemini, because Gemini is associated with the third house, and it is the junk drawer of the zodiac because there's so many things in it, but I have a few listed that I can go over with you. It is the environment you grew up in. It is your local environment. Changes could be made there of where you're living, or just the local environment that you have, your lifestyle. Some people say that there are cities being built that are only 15 minutes away, right? And in the country or in the rural sector of where they're living, that they're implementing cities just 15 minutes away from where they're living. And it's changing the neighborhood, it's changing the environment, therefore the lifestyle changes, right? So that could be what's happening here. It could also be small education certificates, like I said, permits, licenses, visas. Those can implement changes within your lifestyle. When it comes to health, this is about your mindset. Your mindset is connected with your health at all times because Gemini is in that 6th house. And the way that you speak to yourself and speak to other people has something to do with your health. Like you're believing that narrative as you're talking about it, or you're manifesting it in. Okay, so positive thinking, positive communication helps with your health. It is also associated, Gemini being associated with moving and movement, moving your body, lots of movement, being busy, like a busy bee. Okay. Movement as in moving, actual moving places, or just moving, like I said, your body. Media and writing is here, and it could be that you're implementing something on media, that you're becoming the person that speaks on media, that teaches on media. Teachers are associated with Gemini. It would be school teachers. It would also be Gemini is listening. Okay. Gemini is skills and learning abilities, the tradesman, the salesman, the advertiser, short-term perception, like short-term memory, short-term perception of not necessarily the bigger picture, but what is happening in the present moment, and your perception of that is associated with Gemini. And there could be changes on the way that you're processing information and thinking about situations that are happening on a daily level. Daily routines are changing. Your daily work is changing. These changes could be implemented where Aquarius is associated in your chart. And Aquarius is ruled by Uranus in astrology. Second house, it deals with your money and your value, the way that you're valued, and the way that you bring value into the world. Second house also deals with food, and it deals with your face, anything connected to the face. Okay, eyes, ears, nose, mouth, teeth, what have you. Anything connected with the face is the second house. Okay, so what could happen here is changes in maybe you're getting your teeth done, maybe you're getting an upgrade or something with your nose, or getting glasses, or wearing glasses, or getting LASIK. Okay, these things can happen and facilitate you with the right people during Uranus being activated. Uranus, the quick changes, it can also be just changes, and chaotic changes can happen. There can be things that happen in regards to a health situation that impacts your eyesight, that impacts the way that you're eating. Okay, changes to your diet, changes to the way you think and process information in a certain aspect to your health situation, connected with those groups, clubs, and affiliations that you have, right? So I'm going to give you an example of that. Scrolling, consistently scrolling on a daily basis, it's contingent to that nervous system being connected with your health in the sixth house, connected with the internet in the second, and also connected with your self-worth. So there's a lot of this to be looked at in a broad spectrum of what I intake, whether that is listening or looking at, or just using my time and energy toward, is changing. Transformations of your self-worth is activated in that second, because there is Pluto activated in the second house. So you're transforming your self-worth through the internet, who you're associated with, what groups, clubs, and affiliations that you have. And it could be that there is some toxicity that is being pushed out of your life that's concerning you being attached to a gadget, a phone, being attached to a thought process that you have being attached to maybe drama, because gossip can be Gemini, okay? And it could be facilitated with those people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings, right? So there could be changes that you make in a lifestyle situation to push that out so that it's not as toxic, okay? So that you can get back to a healthier way of your daily life, daily routine there. I do want to say, too, that second house is your money, your individual money, and your spending. And this could be a time to where there's transformation of how you do this with clubs, groups, and affiliations. Maybe you're implemented with clubs, groups, affiliations online, and you give them money every so often, like a subscription, or maybe you're paying for a game, or what have you. That will be transformed during this time because you have a different type of lifestyle coming up for you with this Uranian transit. And it's connected with how you spend your money, and it's connected with your individual income. Now, the individual income that you're making can be transformed from groups, clubs, and affiliations. It could be that you have some type of advertisements on Facebook, and that's how you're paying for advertisement, therefore, to get business, right? And this could be a time to where that changes, that you could stop advertising in such a way, or there's a different way to advertise, because we have connections with Gemini being that advertisement with your lifestyle and daily routine and work. And then we have it with your money spending, right? So a different type of way of advertising, or you're going to start advertising on the internet in groups, clubs, and affiliations. Second house being income connected with Aquarius. Aquarius, it deals with your goals, hopes, dreams, and wishes. And this could be a time to where there is a new lifestyle implemented with maybe you're traveling in short distances. Maybe there is work that is located within your neighborhood or community that is implementing more money to you, because communication about more money is going to come to you in regards to that lifestyle change. And that could look like anything, honestly. It could look like that you're reaching a goal that you've been wanting. It could look like, because Aquarius is with that transformation, it could look like that older sibling in your life has an impact on the money that you're receiving, okay? Or the friend of long distance is the one that helps you with the changes of lifestyle, therefore you get more money. It could look like anything like that, okay? So people have an impact on your finances during this time because of second house being activated. They also have an impact on your self-worth. So keep that in mind. It does matter the way that you speak to yourself. You have to love yourself to be in relating or a relationship with another. So, do the process of loving yourself first, and then listen to whatever criticism, constructive criticism that other people have to say. Because once you have that implemented into your mind with stoicism, that's whenever you can take whatever is dished out to you. Aquarius does this by detaching from emotions. Aquarius being activated with Pluto is transforming you to that person to acquire that self-worth within yourself first, rather than clubs, groups, and affiliations and other people and socializing, okay? It's there for a reason in that second house with your self-worth. Detach from the other to find your self-worth. Aquarius is, no matter if they're in a relationship or not, they are the people that are the individual that think for themselves, because they have a certain way on how they process information, just like a Gemini. Geminis do the same thing. They're both air signs. Air signs have a way of being more detached from emotions, because air, oxygen, is separated from everything. It's separated from fire, it's separated from the earth, and it's separated from the water. You understand? So you getting into that energy yourself will help you to detach from emotions that are being thrown at you from other people. I say this and I emphasize it because Gemini, being in that 6th house, dealing with your health, it matters what you think. Okay? It matters what you think about yourself and about other people, and your mind processing that information, right? I'm going to show you the narrative that you keep inside of yourself is in the 9th house, and that is connected with Virgo, which owns the 6th house in astrology. So it's all connected here of you staying healthy within your belief system and your narrative, the story that you tell yourself. Okay, so let's look at, because I like to talk about money with Capricorn, because they emphasize that ambition and connect it with the tangible things of life and materialistic things of life. So we're going to look at, let's look at Scorpio. Scorpio is activated because it is ruled by Pluto in astrology. The 11th house is activated because it is ruled by Aquarius in astrology. Okay? In your chart, you have Scorpio here in the 11th. This means that you can get shared resources from your community, from groups, clubs, and affiliations that you have. It will be easier for you to do this, right? This is why it's in your chart. Networking, pretty much, on a sociable scale, networking is the 11th, is how you get your shared resources. Also, the internet is activated with the 11th house. And this is how you can transform things. This is how you can also figure out the secrets of what's really happening, or how to. And I say that because Scorpio is the investigator. Scorpio is intense emotions, and it's very intense, and it's willing to go to the depths to find out the information needed to obtain that 11th house, your goal. Okay? So when you do research online, you don't do it in surface value. You do it all the way through to the end. Okay? This also is the same thing with people. Whenever a person is associating themselves with you, and you don't really know this person, you'll investigate this person, okay? You'll Google them and see what's said about them, right? 11th house is your hopes, dreams, wishes, and goals. It is your networks, clubs, groups, and affiliations, the community you're in, the community you want to reside in, friendships of long distance. This is older siblings. Socializing in a big way, more than 3 people, and technology and the internet, okay? Now we have relationship with that 2nd house with that money. So 2nd house with that transformation of money, because of this could be during this time of this Uranian transit that an inheritance comes to you. It could be from a literal Scorpio. Okay, that it doesn't have to be, but it could be. that an inheritance comes to you, that an investment is to pay out, that you obtain some type of loan of some sort, mortgage, banking loan. This could mean that there is a transformation of your psyche surrounding the people that you're connected with. They can also have an impact on that transformation, right? That they're the ones that transform your psyche. So say that you're going to church, or say that you're facilitated in groups of awakening people, or what have you, right? I mean, you just fill in the blank. They're the ones that have the impact on that change of psyche that you have. There could be a transformation of a goal that you have, and it's associated with other people. This transformation could happen at an event that happens with more than 3 people, okay, of that goal. This could also be a situation to where 11th house is friendships, the long distance, and older siblings, right? That they're the ones that have the impact on either your psyche or the transformation that, you know, is implemented with who you're connected with. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Also, they could offer their shared resources to help you gain more money. Older siblings and friends of long distance. They're the ones that can impact that change of money and the change of self-worth and confidence. So it could go either way. It could also be that transformation happening. Give me 1 second. I lost my train of thought. Transformation happening with spending, if you would. Maybe even materialistic things that you value, right? Like getting rid of things and letting go of things. This could be that you're giving to the community, giving back to the community. During that situation, there could be an idea that comes to you about your lifestyle, right? It could be that I want to be a person that gives back, or it could be that I want to start a nonprofit for giving back. Shared resources are connected with innovative ideas that are connected with transformation here. So it could lead to you actually pushing forward with maybe a new identity of sorts. Does that make any sense? Because Uranian energy, 7 years of this transit can impact you to change how your lifestyle has been thus far, and your connections and social abilities of, you know, those close connections that you have, and also further connections that you have. So it really depends on what you want out of life, I guess. But whatever your goal is, that change is being implemented to push you toward that goal. I want to look at, before I let you go, I want to look at your 8th house, because the 8th house in astrology is ruled by Scorpio, right? And there could be changes that are happening within your love life, within your relationships, your friendships, within your happiness. And these are implemented by this energy of Pluto. Okay? More money, more self-worth and confidence, people actually seeing your value. Okay? It could be that you're spending money more on things that you love to do and enjoy. Leo, it deals with enjoyment, it deals with fun, it deals with being on stage and noticed. It also deals with your love life, friendships. It deals with children, Okay, so transformation of these things are happening here. Your children could have an impact in regards to either maybe they're building up their own community or their own online facilitation, or they're the ones that are introducing you to new ways of being with groups, clubs, and affiliations, right? Sometimes it takes a child to push us, you know what I mean, into a different type of lifestyle, okay? And that could be what's happening. It could also be that they're having something transform in their life, that they're the ones that are gaining the inheritance. And they're the ones that are, maybe it's, say your child gets an inheritance from the grandparent, right? And they're the ones that are implementing a change in your lifestyle because they're including you in with their lifestyle, right, with that inheritance. This could be a love life change. Now, that could go both ways. It could be because divorce and soulmates merging together is in the 8th house, right? And it could be that there's a divorce, therefore you're implemented with new groups, clubs, and affiliations. Therefore, your money is changing and your self-worth is changing and all of that, right? It's a domino effect. Your lifestyle changes. Or the other way around. You find your soulmate, you get more confident, and you're intertwined with their groups, clubs, and affiliations. And you're having parties, which is in the 11th house, right, of a wedding, a bachelor party, a bachelorette party, you know, all those that are included with that, with marriage. I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. That might be about it. I talked myself up. I really did talk myself up. But anyways, thank you, Capricorn, for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget, I have a playlist that has all of the outer planets transiting, such as Pluto in Aquarius, Saturn being in Aries, connected with your identity, Neptune in Aries, connected with your identity. So take a look. Again, please like, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Please take time out to like, share, and subscribe. The 5th house, it deals with your love life. It deals with your joy, hope, and optimism. This can be where your talents are seen, your God-given talents. Children are here. Friendships are here. This is your celebrity, popularity, and recognition status. Pets, your dating life, and also your expression, okay? And your expression is in Gemini. All of these things are in Gemini. Gemini has a way of communication, back and forth communication, quick communication, quick thinking processes of information. This is also considered connections with 3rd house, such as aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, and neighbors and siblings. They're the ones that can give you some type of communication on what you're good at. Also, this could be like blind dates or whatever coming from those people, like your aunt or your uncle or your cousin, niece, nephew, or neighbor says, I have a person that I want you to meet, and that's where your dating process comes from. Also, Gemini can be ambidextrous, working with the hands, working with tools. It can also include media and writing. It can be speaking, public speaking. These could be your talents, right? Anything working with hands, working with tools, any type of public speaking of any sort. Doesn't necessarily have to be narrowed down to anything. It could be of any sort, communication of any sort. Communications in general, connections with Uranus could be some type of working with electricity. okay? Or working with things that include electricity, all right? Gemini is also ideas and documents, moving and movement, small education and certificates such as permits, licenses, visas, anything of that nature. Tradesmen, salespeople, also advertising, teachers are here with Gemini. And that could be a part of your talent. That could be something that you're good at, or the other people in your life, such as your lover, such as your children, okay? Moving and movement is in Gemini. This could mean that there is a change that's happening of you moving back to the environment that you grew up in, or your lover, their environment that they grew up in, or your children are moving back to the environment that they grew up in during this time with Uranus activated, because Uranus is bringing in changes. Uranus is bringing in chaotic changes also can happen. Uranus can bring in a detachment of emotions that are included with your love life, with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings, your children, okay? There could also be a change in their socialization, of them socializing with groups, clubs, and affiliations. It could be a change that is happening with maybe they're reaching a goal that they've had, or there is some type of change implemented from an event that's happening with more than 3 people. Changes in your dating life can happen during this time. You could get communication about the dating changing to something bigger, right? Something more committable, or it could be your children that have this change in their dating life. It could be a change in your hobbies and your creative endeavors, that you're getting ideas on what to do next in regards to that creative endeavor. Babies could be born, right, during this time with Uranus and Gemini. It happens for 7 years, this transit, okay? So that's a long time. Your children could be having children, okay? This could also look like, because 5th house can be on the other side of that with love. It can be infidelity, okay? So there could be changes due to infidelity that is communicated to you. And that doesn't necessarily have to be happening in your life. It could be happening in your children's life, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings. All right. I do want to look at Aquarius. Aquarius being associated in your 1st house, of course. But Aquarius is activated with Uranus because Uranus rules over Aquarius. I do want to say, too, what we have right now in Aquarius is Pluto. And this Pluto will be activated with this Uranus at the beginning of Uranus up to, I want to say, 10 degrees. As Uranus is transiting up to 10 degrees, it will be activated most potent. And then at the end of the Uranus transit, from, I want to say, 20 to almost going into Cancer. Some people say 31 degrees. Some people say 0, right? That it will be activated with Pluto, okay? Pluto is transforming that identity that you have in the way that other people see you. 1st house is your identity, the way that other people see you. It is also your physical appearance, the way that you lead yourself out into the world, your self-autonomy. It can be your exploration of sexuality also, okay, just to let you know. But the 1st house being activated here with Pluto, transformation of that identity connected with the 5th, could be due to you becoming a grandparent, or you becoming a husband or a wife or a partner. Or this could be transformation of your identity because of that creative endeavor and the ideas that are implemented in that so that you get affiliated with different clubs, groups, and affiliations. And that could be that you're becoming a teacher, or that you're becoming a speaker of some type, and you're affiliating yourself with new clubs, groups, and affiliations. Now, goals are activated with Aquarius, right? And goals could come to fruition during this time with this Uranus transit, depending on if you have planets or points in regards to Aquarius or the fifth house. It will be activated and it will implement those changes as they are touching. I want to remind you, if you're not familiar with too much astrology, that each planet is the action taken in the house area of the chart, and the flavor of that area will be Aquarius or it will be Gemini. Both of these are sociable houses. You're getting intertwined in a new sociable way. And it could be that you're implementing yourself with those God-given talents with that group, club, or affiliation. Therefore, things change for you. Popularity is the thing. You could become popular or go viral during this time. This could also mean that you become a person that is an author or a different way of working, because tools are activated with Gemini. Writing is activated with Gemini. God-given talent is activated with fifth house. So associating that with a new identity. Does that make any sense? So we're also looking at, with Aquarius activated, older siblings and friendships of long distance. They could have an impact on communication with you about your God-given talent, or they could become the people in your life that are significant, right? Friends of long distance, acquaintances, you could be dating them. Or this could be you implementing yourself on a dating app, and that changes everything, right? It could also be a situation where maybe you were on a platform selling things that you've made, and you're changing the way that you're approaching other platforms, or you're getting off that platform and going to another, because your God-given talent is here with your identity. It could also be a change of status on a platform, such as Facebook status. So you go from single to married, or married to single, depending on the person. Pluto is bringing in death and rebirth, and it's also bringing in transformation. So you will have a death of an old identity, or a rebirth to a new identity, if you would. Maybe even, because moving and movement is Gemini. And this could look like a child is moving into a different type of community, or you are moving. This could also look like those other people, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, siblings, older siblings, and friends of long distance. They could be moving, right? This could be that situation to where transformation is implemented on how you process and see love, and that changes you completely. You could be learning things online, how to love, how to enjoy life, being back into enjoyment again. I do want to say that I use Abraham Hicks for that, because she talks about how you can implement yourself into your own vortex, getting inspiration from the divine and taking inspired action upon whatever you decide, your endeavor, if you would. Okay, so she's on YouTube also. She's a channeler, by the way. Some people believe in channelers, some people don't. Some people have a way of looking at motivational speakers in a certain aspect, but I see, different. I see things differently than some when it comes to other people. But this could be a time to where you're learning about how to love, how to connect, how to enjoy life again. And that changes your identity. And it also has a change on your physical body. Okay? That you're expressing love more because your expression is the 5th house. You're expressing your enjoyment and you're expressing your talents and genius. It could be communication, right? That you're expressing everything through communication more so than you had before, and people look at you differently. Okay? Now, detachment is Aquarius, so, and it's in your 1st house, so they already seen you as a person that can detach from their emotions or detach from situations. But that could be changing. They could be seeing you as more of a connective, fun, enjoyable person during this time too, okay? But if there are situations of you having to disconnect from a lover, from a situation that's dealing with a child, from a situation that's dealing with pets, or aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, siblings, older siblings, and friends of long distance, if you have to detach your emotions from that, Pluto will help you transform. Okay? Just to let you know. All right, so I want to look at another aspect here. I want to look at Scorpio. When Pluto is activated, and is in the background, and it's transiting around our charts all the time, but for 21 years it will be in Aquarius. Okay, so we're preparing you for the initiation, I guess you would call it, because Pluto rules over Scorpio, and that is in your 10th house. And what's going to happen with the 10th house activation with your 1st house, there will be a status change, and there probably will be some type of moving, I guess you would say, from another community, or this could be a status change within the community, like you're being noticed. This could also be a situation to where, your father's life changes because your identity is connected with your father, or the person in your life, the parent in your life that wears the pants in the family. Your connection with them is going to change because your identity is associated. It could be that they're having a transformation, that they could be, because Scorpio rules over the 8th house, and it's shared resources. It is grants, government, taxes. It is associated with death and rebirth and transformation and psyche. It is also mortgages and banking loans and loans in general, inheritance, long-term finances, investments. This is also associated with soulmates merging together and divorces, legal matters and crisis. Okay, is all scorpionic things. And investigative, insurance, any type of insurance. I'm trying to think of anything else. That's all I have in my mind. But the 10th house, it deals with your professional life, work and career, reputation, your father's health and wealth, or the primary parent that wears the pants in the family, your legacy. It deals with your status, whether you're single, married, married, single, or the title that you hold in your profession, whether you have a job or not, or CEO or laborer. Okay? Give you an example here. So what could happen here with that transformation of identity that's connected with the 10th is there could be a loss of a job to where you have to use government help. That is a possibility. But it could also go from that to getting an inheritance that transforms your identity and places you within a new community, within a new group, club, or affiliation. This could also be a situation to where there's a change of finances, chunky money, investments pay out. You could be getting loans, you could be getting a mortgage, and therefore you're a homeowner, right? That changes your identity. Loans could be coming from fathers or the person that's the primary parent that wears the pants to help you with whatever you're going through, or to initiate a shared resource with that person or other people. It doesn't necessarily have to be a parent. It can be another person that facilitates a loan, and therefore you have shared resources, and that changes your identity, and you can reach a goal that way. Now, it could be that there's an angel investor that comes in to help you with your professional life. All of these things are connected right now with the 5th house. So this is about your talent, your God-given talent, your enjoyment of life, right? You could be figuring out that the job that you have right now doesn't necessarily give you enjoyment, and therefore transformation is happening. And it could be like in tarot, they call it the tower, to where lightning strikes with Uranus and it changes everything. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? And it's just placing you on a different path for you to get more involved with your God-given talents and genius, with happiness, with enjoyment of life, with maybe even having children, with getting closer to love. Okay? Now, this could be not for everyone, but for some, to where they find their soulmate and changes are implemented with that relationship, or that they're getting a divorce and changes are implemented with that relationship. It really depends on the person, okay? It's not necessarily something, that's concrete in this chart, because this is a general reading. So it's really if you have planets that are touching, or if your situation is good or not. You know what I mean? So depending on the person, relationships can change. This could be also 10th house being that legacy. And it could be that someone is leaving a legacy to you. And yes, that is an inheritance, but a lot of people, when they think about inheritance, they think about money. But this could be an actual legacy of, like, they're leaving their business to you, or they're leaving some type of building, because 10th house is structure, right? Some type of building to you. This could also be included with your God-given talent, and maybe they have tools that you can use or something like that. Or this could be that situation of you using shared resources as tools or vehicles or what is needed for that business to facilitate that new identity. Okay? This could look like a transformation of your psyche. Toxic things within your psyche in regards to parents, in regards to work, in regards to who you should be, is leaving. Transformation of your identity. And this could be due to you know, the club groups or affiliations you have. It could be due to maybe you miss being happy. It could be due to a love situation. But toxic things within your psyche is changing. You could actually be the one that is teaching others how to love. You could be teaching them how to enjoy life. You could be teaching them how to find their God-given talent, their purpose. Okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else I can tell you here. So I want to look at Aries. Aries is connected with the first house, and it will be activated. We have planets, outer planets in Aries, such as Saturn and Neptune. Saturn will be there for the next 3 years, and Neptune will be there for the next 14, okay? They will be here as Uranus is transiting, all in Gemini, all right? So it will be an activation that is hit ever so often. But right now, you will feel it in regards to an identity change that is connected with communication that's coming in. Identity being Aries, perseverance, warlike facilitation, such as you going through situations as a warrior. Or it could be literal, it could be military, right? Communication in regards to military, that you're planning on joining the military. And that associates you with the new group, club, and affiliation, first house. A new way of socializing, and it changes, you know, everything. This could also be a situation where you are told that you have to change your physical body. That movement and moving is something that is necessary, whether that is actual movement, such as exercising, or moving from toxic situations that could be happening and surrounded you of your local environment. Okay? Local environment and moving and movement, all of this is third house facilitations, which is Gemini in astrology. It rules the third. So I'll go over it again so you remember. The environment you grew up in, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. Okay. Ideas, documents. This is also small education certificates, permits, licenses, visas, short distance travel, media and writing, skills and learning abilities, the tradesman, the salesman, the advertiser, okay? Teachers, teachers, speakers are here. Short-term perception is here, okay? The way that you're perceiving your present moment. And with this activation with Saturn, we're going to start with Saturn first. Saturn is teaching you how to take authority back over that mindset, communication to yourself and other people. Okay. Saturn is also physical, a person that is an authority figure coming in, telling you what needs to happen. And that could be that you need to exercise. It could be that you need to take more management, I guess you would say, over your mindset. Okay? Facilitate that stoicism. This could also be an older person, could be Saturn. And they could be like a mentor to you during this time, communicating to you about your God-given talent and what you're good at. That you could be a great speaker, they could be asking you to take over their legacy. If they are, say they're a preacher, they want you to take over their legacy. Or say that they are a person that sells vehicles or does whatever business that is Geminian, right? A writer, a speaker, a salesman, a tradesman. They could be telling you how they did it also and showing you the steps to do something, which is short-term thinking or short-term perspective, processing information. These things could be coming out of this Uranian energy. Therefore, it changes the way that you're enjoying life, and it's changing the way you see how that person actually loves you, to take the time out to teach you something. Does that make any sense? This could also be a situation where the changes come in and it's unexpected changes. Yes, it could be unexpected. And it changes your identity and it's communicated to you, because we have communication everywhere in this chart, right? That's activated. But you see it in an objective way. And this could be the question that's in the back of your mind of, why am I so detached from the situation? It's because of this Uranian energy, if you're seeing it that way, in an objective way. Aquarians have a way of innovative thinking, thinking about the future, thinking about futuristic things that could happen. They have a way of projecting themselves outwardly rather than so much internal. They are air signs, right? The sign of Aquarius is the water bearer, of holding water in a jug, pouring it into another jug, or pouring it into the river. You are supposed to take what you have internally and pour it out into society. Does that make any sense? That is an Aquarius. And to do this, you have to objectively associate yourself with others and detach from certain emotions that you have to be able to make a connection with many. Okay? And this could be something that you're learning during this time. I know that's a little deep, but it could be something that you're learning, that why am I the way that I am? Identity and thought processes are being activated here, and other people are trying to connect with you on that level. And the way that you can connect more is to see it objectively, right? Air signs are not about their feelings. You, Gemini, Libra, you're not about your feelings unless you have indications within your chart of, I have moon in Pisces, or I have something in a water sign that, makes you feel a certain way. But even so, even if you do have water element within your chart that is activated, you yourself still have that way of detaching from, and the capability of detaching from and seeing it from all sides so that you can communicate on a social level. Okay? During this time, you could be taught that by a person that is older, how they do it, how they disassociate their feelings with certain things so that they can persevere through something. That could be something that comes up. It could also be with Saturn trying to show you that you are capable, okay? You are capable of third house affiliations. You are capable of speaking. You are capable of communicating in whatever way, shape, or form that you want to. You are capable of taking over that mindset. And you are capable of moving or movement that's needed. Okay, whether that's moving home or movement of your body, you are capable. Okay, All right, so Neptune. Neptune is inspiration. Neptune gives you that dream-like association. You will have visions communicated to you from the divine in regards to maybe what to do next, futuristic things, because Aquarius is activated. It could also be communication from the divine in regards to money or your self-worth. Seeing the way that the divine sees you with your self-worth, okay? That you are worthy, okay? Neptune is giving you that permission to see yourself this way. It's opening you up to a different way of being. I have videos upon Neptune in Aries if you're interested in my playlist. Neptune can also point you to the trajectory that you need to go on, the path that is your soul mission. And now is in the 3rd house for 14 years. And that could mean that your soul mission is something of communication or working with your hands, or it could mean that your soul mission is to be associated with aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings, right? It could mean that your soul mission is to have that stoicism and warlike presence because it is needed, either for yourself or for other people. Or military could be a thing. I'm trying to think of anything else here. I'm sure you can think of something that deals with Aries or Gemini and things that are together, but it can point you into the right path. It can also give you an awareness of communication that comes to you. Uranus is the great awakener that's happening in your 5th house. And there could be something that had been hidden thus far, and now is the time that it's found out. Okay? And that is what implements the changes in the 5th house. Love life, children, dating, pets, your creative endeavor. I also want to say too that winning the lottery is a thing with Uranus. Because of the 5th house being activated, it is winnings of competition. So it is a possibility that, you could win something that changes your identity. Okay, so just to let you know, if you want to play during this time, I would, you know what I mean? It's not that much, but don't do it if you have a problem. Right? All right, Aquarius. I think that's about it that I have for you. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Hi, Pisces. This is for Pisces Sun, Moon, or Rising. We're going to look at this Uranus that is happening in Gemini. In your 4th house, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, so the 4th house, it deals with homes, properties, family, nurturing, mothers, motherhood, mother figures, being a mother, right? Security, your emotional security, your sense of belonging. It can deal with food because this house is ruled by Cancer in astrology. Your emotional body and foundation is here. Now, 4th house also has a lot to do with ancestral patterns, the past, ancestral lineages, okay? And Gemini being activated, Gemini is communication, it is ambidextrous, using your hands, tools, vehicles, it is considered the salesman, the tradesman, getting permits and licenses and any type of documentation, right? This could be visas too are implemented with Gemini. Gemini is small certificates, small education, small certificates that you could receive in regards to this. Gemini is writing, and it is media. It is aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, and siblings. Okay. It is also moving or movement, your mindset, processing thoughts, if you would. Fourth house with Uranus, so changes with homes, properties, the way that you are emotionally sound. Okay, changes with mothers, motherhood, mother figures, being a mother. It could be that parent that is nurturing to you. Doesn't necessarily have to be the mom. It can be the nurturing parent that has changes going on within their life. And this is where you're finding out. Uranus is transiting here for 7 years. And that's a long time, right? And things will happen over and over, 7 years of changes, communication, consistent moving or consistent movement, right? And that could be movement as in moving your body or consistently being busy doing things. This could be within the home or a property. This could be at a property or a home. Doesn't necessarily have to be yours. This could also be a situation of there's communication about changes in regards to family. Doesn't necessarily have to be a mom or a dad. It could just be about the family. And someone is moving, right? Or someone is having a child. Or this could be that they're getting a home or a property or working in a home or a property. Uranus is the internet, and it is associated with detachment because it is related to Aquarius. Uranus, it rules over Aquarius. So there could be detachment from, communication from family and what they say. It could be detachment from situations of having to move all the time. It could also be a situation with Gemini being writing and communication itself, that you are writing about your emotions, writing it out, keeping a journal. And this is helping you facilitate that change, internal change of maybe past situations that have happened. This could also be you learning how to do or getting past life regressions, or finding out your ancestral lineage. Okay? This could be communication upon that, or changes that are happening by communication about it, right? This could be you doing it because Gemini is ambidextrous and using of the hands, okay? Use of the hands, communicating with whatever you're doing by hand, working with your hands, using tarot. Short processing thinking is, mostly astrology. That could be astrology. Uranus is astrology. In astrology, Uranus is astrology. Right. That's funny. Anyway, so it is also considered the Great Awakener. And that being implemented could change the way that you feel about where you're living. It could change the way you feel about family. It could change the way that you feel about yourself and your mindset. It is the Great Awakener here. Uranus being activated can bring in those shocking changes of communication in regards to something also. So I'm going to get further into transformation that is possible of happening within your chart. We're going to look at Aquarius because Uranus, it rules over Aquarius. Aquarius is in that 12th house of enlightenment. 12th house is prisons and hospitals. It can also be insane asylums, right? Aquarius is loss and grief. I'm sorry, 12th house is loss and grief. 12th house is letting go and going with faith, endings, and transformations. Your psychic and intuitive abilities, higher states of consciousness, which I said awakening, but higher states of consciousness like ascension, I guess you would say, mediumship, past lives, karma, healing and restoration of any type of past conditioning that you've been through, and 4th house is that past. So this could look like a transformation of you healing from whatever conditions that were placed upon you from childhood, placed upon you from society that you have lived in thus far. Okay. I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I do want to say too that the taboo and esoteric knowledge, the mystical, is the 12th house. Aquarius being activated can put you in groups, clubs, and affiliations that enlighten you. It could be that your associations with that 4th house, parents, family, aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, they're going to prison, hospitals, insane asylums. Okay, that could be the communication that sparks that chaotic change or instant change that's happening. Okay, this could also be community, your goals. Aquarius is community, goals, wishes, hopes, dreams, wishes. Aquarius is also socializing in a big way, more than 3 people. Older siblings, friendships of long distance. Older siblings, friendships of long distance, they could transform something for you. It could be that you end the relationship, right, of friendships of long distances or acquaintances, or it could be just a transformation of that relationship and it's connected with your home life, so they could be living with you, okay? They could also have an impact in regards to being associated with a property with you. Okay, property or a home. Same with older siblings, right? I mean, it's all associated with Aquarius, so it can have an impact on that 4th house. Changes in the way that you've been living thus far can happen. I do want to say, too, that with this, taboo topics and occult and astrology and tarot being activated, past lives, medium readings, being a mediumship, all of these things could be the awakening that's happening for you, that you are doing this from home, over the internet, being affiliated with clubs, groups, or affiliations that do this. And that's what is transforming you to that awakening, that you have that lineage, that you have that gift, that it's time, right? I do want to say, too, that Pluto is death and rebirth. So there is, death activated for everyone when Pluto is activated. I'm just going to say that. But we do have parents, family, anyone related to you, and neighbors activated with death and rebirth, okay? So that could mean that they're having a child, or that could be that there's a passing happening. And associated with Aquarius, it would mean that a funeral is happening, right? Because Aquarius is events, socializing, more than 3 people, and then you have loss and grief associated with that. Okay, so it is activated right now until Uranus hits 10 degrees, okay? And then it's going to, Uranus, when it goes further than 10, it's not necessarily felt as potent. It's the first 10 and the last 10 degrees of each outer planet sign that is activating the other outer planets. Does that make any sense? So it's not as potent after 10. But I do want to say that 7 years is a long time, depending on, you know, your family members, your parents, and how old everyone is. It probably won't be a shocking situation. It will just be changes that are happening, right? So I'm looking to see if there's anything else here. I do want to take a look at Scorpio, okay? Scorpio is in your 9th. Scorpio is ruled by Pluto. Transformation is activated with Scorpio, always with Pluto. Whenever we have indications of Pluto being activated, Scorpio is activated in your 9th house. 9th house is your belief system, your philosophy. It is religious beliefs. It can be higher education. It can also be long distance travel, right? 9th house can be grandparents, in-laws, and grandchildren. The bigger picture: skills and learning abilities, teachers, preachers, gurus, media, publishing, legal cases are here. Now, 9th house is also the other side, opportunities and blessings that are bestowed upon you. With this activation with Pluto, because it will activate, there could be situations of inheritance that comes to you, okay? And that could be situated from a loss, or this could be you becoming an in-law, a grandparent, or, you know, you gaining a grandchild. 9th house, you becoming a teacher, preacher, or guru to the masses in some way, shape, or form. Or this could implement changes from a teacher, preacher, or guru that teaches you how to deal with that emotional body, deal with your ancestral gift is what I'm going to call it. Maybe even healing fears and phobias that have been stuck in that belief system that you have, with an awakening that follows. Okay, so Uranus being activated can bring in that communication of healing, and it can also bring in that communication of that sense of belonging. So if you felt like you haven't found your soul tribe yet, it could be that you are, that they're facilitated within the 12th house. And sometimes that 12th house turns out to be spirituality, right? Sometimes. But it can also be just transformation of, because transformation is the 12th house. It can be transformation of your social life, groups, clubs, and affiliations, and your goals coming true, your dreams and wishes, right? I do want to look at the third house though, because it is associated with Gemini. Gemini rules the third house in astrology. Changes to Taurus themes, okay? This could be changes with farms, agriculture, love life, food, your face, changes with the beauty within, okay? This could be changes to your emotional love to yourself, mindset about loving yourself, right? The inner beauty of yourself. Understanding on a psychological level that you are beautiful, and that changes your emotions. It can also be communication, and the way that you communicate is beautiful, and you're recognizing this. Therefore, there's an instant change to everything. It could be to how you're expressing yourself, right? Because fourth house is connected with Cancer, because it rules. Cancer rules the fourth house in astrology, so that is your expression, your creative endeavor, right? And it could be that, you know, you're being told, communication, instant changes, being told about your expression is beautiful, and that changes your emotional body. It could be that instant changes happening within the fourth of home and property, that you're getting communication in regards to gaining agricultural property, a farm. This could also be included with pets, any type of agricultural pets. This could be included with money, because Taurus is money, that you're getting money, and that could come from the inheritance, the ninth house with Scorpio, the inheritance, and it could also come from aunts, uncles, cousins, relatives, nieces, nephews, neighbors, or siblings that have an association with you, okay? This could be instant changes that are implemented with manifesting, that you're manifesting money. I use Abraham Hicks and Tony Robbins and Reagan Hillier on manifesting money. I told you in the last video that I made for Pisces, I think, that the best way to manifest is to find that happiness that's surrounding you. Doesn't matter what brings you happiness, whatever it is, just think about it. And then as you're thinking about that happiness, or you're implemented in it, ask for money. It doesn't have to be a certain amount. It can just be whatever. Just ask for money, right? And therefore you see the manifestation, instant changes. Instant changes also considered with Taurus themes of homes, and this could be communication about you getting a home or property, communication in regards to maybe your creative endeavor that you're doing from home that brings in money, right? Your side hustle, if you would. This could also be instant changes in mothers, that mothers are having an impact in regards to a loan that you have. Maybe they're paying off a loan that you have. Maybe they're giving you some type of shared resource, because opportunities and blessings are coming out of those shared resources in that ninth, okay? I'm seeing if there's anything else here. I think that might be about it. Cancer has a lot to do with the past, and this is a time to where if you've had trouble thus far about past situations, that it can be healed, okay? Whether that be ancestral patterns that you've been dealing with, karma, healing, anything dealing with family, parents, right? And also, because Cancer is in that 5th house, it can be love in general, that there's a healing of you loving yourself, being connected to yourself, nurturing yourself, and having that enjoyment again, right? Instant changes happening in the 4th. And I think that might be about it, Pisces. Thank you for being here. Please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time.